right, we're back on the record. Ladies and gentlemen in the audience, let me remind you, like I did yesterday, that you are not allowed to have your cell phones out while you are in the courtroom. They need to be in your pockets, backpacks, purses, but not out. If you are found with your cell phone out, you will be asked to leave the courtroom and not allowed back in. I don't want to have to do that. I want you all to be able to stay through the rest of the trial, so please, please heed that warning. All right, counsel, are we ready to bring the jury back into the courtroom?
Judge, before we begin, we have just discussed a photograph that I think we can stipulate that can be added to the defendant's exhibit list as number 5.
Okay. All right.
I will just put it up there without, I'm not going to use it as part of my examination of Brett, but we will use it probably in closing. It correlates with one of the photographs of the...
Well, it has to come in with it.
Yeah, it's going to need to come in through a witness so that the jury can hear that it's been admitted into evidence in case they're keeping track of the numbering of the exhibits.
That's why I thought we could maybe stipulate it, because the only witness I can put it in through would be Jason Vance, I think.
Oh, okay.
Well, he's actually here.
Is he?
Well, or I can just tell the jury that you all have agreed that this exhibit comes into evidence as defense exhibit number 1. Number 5 as defense exhibit number 5, and that they're to consider this just as they would any other piece of evidence.
That's what I was
If you're fine
hoping
with
we
that.
could do, yes.
Well, the thing is, they won't know when it was taken or who took it, because you can't just put it in there.
I don't know what it's a picture of. What are we looking at?
That approach?
Sure.
That's a picture of Taylor.
Oh,
My concern is that the testimony from Jason Vance was that they were blackout curtains, and I think that shows that they weren't blackout curtains.
That's a crime scene unit, that's one of the photos. It's not one that was shown, but it is one that was taken. That's more of a close-up. We have it, and we can show it on the screen. We can, but you're not gonna use it with his testimony.
He didn't know what was in that room. I mean, my concern was that Jason Vance said these are blackout curtains, which implies that you can't, there's a black sheet behind them that you can't see through them. I think this clearly shows that there is light behind there. You can see that there is, his defense says he saw muzzle flashes.
is this? I can't really tell. Is this taken from inside,
Yes.
looking out?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think you can just use that without a witness. I think he's gonna have to be.
So you said Jason Vance is here in the courthouse, or just here?
He's here in the witness room.
Oh, do you want to just put him back on just for that
Yeah.
purpose, to get this picture in? Okay, that's fine.
We'll show it on the screen as well.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine. We'll do it that way. All right, I think we're ready to bring the jury in. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Anything to report from the overnight break? All right. As you heard yesterday, the Commonwealth closed its case. They have rested, and so now it's the defense opportunity to present evidence if they so choose, but they are not required to do so. Mr. Matthews?
Judge, we would like to start out by calling Jason Vance back to the stand.
All right. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. And again, you may take your mask off while you testify.
Sergeant, would you state your name again for the record, please?
Sergeant Jason Vance.
And you are with the PIU unit of the LMPD, is that correct?
Not currently, no.
You were at the time of March 12th, 13th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
And you were the lead investigator in the case that occurred on that date? Would that be a fair characterization?
On May 14th, yes.
You became the lead investigator on May 14th?
Correct.
I would like to, may I approach, Judge?
You may.
I would like at this time to show you a photograph which has been marked Defendant's Exhibit 5. Ask you if you can recognize that.
Yes.
Would you explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that is?
So that's the living room curtains.
Is that the living room or bedroom?
I stand corrected. I do see this in the right corner. Looks like maybe this is a portion of the bed that's been propped up. Yeah, so this would be the south bedroom, and it's a curtain. I believe I described it as a blackout curtain that was in front of blinds on the window in that south bedroom.
And what is your definition of a blackout curtain?
Any kind of material, cloth material or curtain type material that would be used to block out light, so there would be no illumination in that room. So a person could sleep in there in darkness.
And can you tell from that curtain that in fact light is visible through it?
So, judging in the backdrop of in this photograph, it looks like that it is daylight now, and that you can see some light through that material. Yes.
You don't know what time that photo was taken, correct?
I do not know when this was taken. If I had the digital copy, I would, but I don't. Not this photograph. This
Judge, now that it's been identified, can we publish it?
Any objection to it being admitted into evidence? No objection. All right, it'll be so admitted. Yes, you may publish it.
Is there enough information on that? I don't think there's any that you can determine what time it was taken.
No, not in this format.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Sergeant Vance, that photo, I just saw, could you put it back up?
I'll bring it back up.
In this particular photo, can you see the blinds that were behind the curtain?
Yes.
Now, I would like to show you, refer back to the Commonwealth's Exhibit 45. So if you would look at this, there we go. Those are the blinds that would have been behind the curtains in the photo you just described.
Correct.
Correct?
this photo obviously is taken in the daylight,
Yes.
and this photo, as the previous photo, was taken after bullets went through
Correct.
and created the holes both in the blinds and the curtains. Correct?
Correct.
After the bullets went through.
Correct.
Okay. Nothing further.
No redirect, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down, thank you. Your next witness?
Brett Hankison.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Brett, will you start out by stating your name for the record, please?
Brett Hankison.
Keep your voice up so everybody can hear. How old are you?
I'm 45.
You married?
I'm not.
Do you have any children?
I do.
How many?
Just one.
And what is your child? A boy, a girl?
She is 18 years old.
And what does she do?
She is a freshman at a state university.
Okay. What is your educational background?
I graduated high school from Logan High School. That's a small town in rural southeast Ohio. And after graduating there, I attended Capital University, which is a small private school just outside. It's in Bexley, Ohio, which is just a suburb of Columbus, Ohio. And after my freshman year there of completion, I then transferred to the University of Cincinnati, where I completed my bachelor's degree.
And what did you receive a bachelor's degree in?
My degree was a Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice
And when did you graduate from the University of Cincinnati?
in 1998.
What did you do after you graduated?
I graduated in 98, and then in 1999, I was accepted into the Lexington Fayette Urban County Police Academy, and that is in Lexington, Kentucky.
Did you complete the academy and become a Lexington police officer?
I did.
How long did you serve in the city of Lexington?
Just under 3 years.
And what did you do then?
I was assigned to the East Sector. Fayette County is divided into 3 sectors, East, West, and Central Patrol Divisions. And I was assigned my entire length of my stay there after my field training phase in East Sector, which is the eastern portion of Fayette County,
And you said you were at Lexington for 3 years?
just under.
What did you do next?
I lateral transferred, is what it's officially called.
Explain to the jury what lateral transfer means.
Sure. It's when you're already certified as a police officer in your state or Commonwealth, depending. And some departments offer a lateral transfer program where you can, when you're accepted to their department, you can take an abbreviated academy. So say, for instance, my academy in Lexington was 30-some weeks. And when I went to the Jefferson County Police Department and took their lateral class with the other people that were in my class, they were also former police officers. And it's an abbreviated academy, like I mentioned, and it's about 6 to 8 weeks long. I don't remember exactly what.
So you graduated from the Jefferson County Police Academy?
Well, yes and no. I started with the Jefferson County Police Department and the Police Academy at Southfields, and between the time that the academy was going on, the county and city governments merged to Metro Louisville.
And the 2 police departments merged also?
That's correct.
And that's what we now know today as the LMPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So how long were you with the LMPD?
Up until 2020, from 2003 up until 2020.
And what happened in 2020
Are you referring to
with
the
your
night?
employment?
I was terminated.
As Chief Conrad testified the other day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that was a result of the incident that brings us to court here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were with LMPD, what type of assignments did you have over your years?
I started off in the patrol division for Jefferson County, which changed in the middle of the academy to Louisville Metro. And we actually graduated. We were the first graduating class under Louisville Metro. It was a combined Jefferson County Police Department, or Jefferson County Police Academy, City of Louisville Police Academy, and then our lateral academy. We're all lumped into the same. All three groups of us were lumped into the same, and we were essentially the first graduating class under Louisville Metro.
When you came out of the academy, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to Charlie District.
Which is what?
Charlie District was when we had city divisions and county divisions. They were still divided. That was a county police division, and that was situated in Fairdale, on Fairdale Road.
And what was your role there with Charlie Division?
With Charlie District, I was mainly responsible for patrol functions, answering 911 calls, that type of thing.
And did your role with the Lmpd change over the years?
It did,
Did you have different assignments?
yes.
Can you discuss some of those?
Sure. So with merger, eventually, and I don't know the exact time frame, but they dissolved the city divisions and county divisions and made 8 patrol divisions for Jefferson County. So the entire county of Jefferson is divided into 8 separate patrol divisions. The city and county were done away with. So I moved from the Charlie District, which was the county police division in the county and the rural area of Fairdale. I was transferred to the Newburgh area, which was the creation of the 6th Division.
And what did you do there?
I performed a similar function. I was a patrol officer assigned to the Newburgh and Norfolk neighborhood.
At some point, you became involved with narcotics investigations, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you do anything before that? Were you always a patrol officer and then you got into the narcotics?
Well, what happened is that a position came open, used to be called a flex platoon. Each division has what we called a flex platoon. We had similar with the city and county police, and then once we merged, we also, each of the 8 divisions had their own flex platoon. A flex platoon is essentially a street-level narcotics unit. It's we don't wear uniforms, we don't have cars, or we don't have marked cars. We just have regular plainclothes cars, from cars to trucks to minivans. We just have with no markings on them. So we don't wear a regular police uniform. And we're responsible for, we're at the discretion of each major in each division, but we do any functions that they want, or any problem issues or problem areas, hot spots that they might have. And that can be anything from car break-ins to thefts from a particular area or construction area. And we also do everything as involved responding to the narcotics complaints that come through MetroSafe.
When did you, so what happened with the flex unit?
The flex units were eventually dissolved, I guess,
And-
by the administration.
Okay, we've heard testimony that you were part of CID on March the 12th and 13th, 2020. How did that come about?
So, as I was a member of the Flex Division and the 6th Division, which is the Newburgh area, I then, there was an opening posted for the major case unit in Metro Narcotics. So, me and others had applied, interviewed, and I was promoted to that position in Metro Narcotics major case unit.
And what did that involve?
Major case unit works directly we have a few task force officers assigned by Lmpd to the FBI, the ATF, to DEA from our major case unit. So we work hand in hand with those federal agencies on a regular basis, and we concentrate on everything from mid-level drug dealing to all the way up to the highest level of anything imported into the county. Now, if we were to identify a target that was bringing in, say, a large amount of fentanyl or heroin, our federal task force officers would take over that role because they had the federal jurisdiction, whereas we don't do many investigations outside of Jefferson County.
And then, how long were you with that unit or that division?
I was with Major Case Unit. Now, like I said, that's not CID. That's before CID was created. That was when it was just Metro Narcotics. And I was with Major Case Unit for approximately 3 or 4 years. But within that time frame, a position came open for a canine handler within Metro Narcotics.
Okay, and that was how long ago?
I would say it would be somewhere around 2014 or 2015.
Did you become a canine handler at that point?
I did.
And did your assignments change at all then?
I was still assigned to the major case unit, and I was the canine dog for the major case unit, so I didn't really leave my platoon. I stayed, just had a different function. I wasn't actually going out and writing the search warrants and getting the affidavits and doing the investigation and case files. I was more of just a canine function, which essentially we come in after the fact to the scene to do a search of a vehicle, a car, a person, whatever that might be.
May I approach, Judge?
You may.
First off, Brett, what was the name of your dog?
Franklin,
And how long did you have Frank?
for approximately a little over 5 years, I believe.
And was he, we've heard testimony during the course of the trial that there are different types of canine officers, for want of a better word. Was he a specifically trained dog?
He was.
For what?
Franklin was trained specifically for the detection of narcotics odor. We have two separate units within Metro Police. Are the Canine Patrol Division, and those are canine dogs that ride around in a police car with a handler with a uniform and say canine on the vehicle. And then we have a group of dogs that are assigned strictly to do narcotics detection only, which are separate from the canine unit.
And what do the canine narcotics dogs do specifically?
Specifically, they detect the odor of 4 specific drugs, that being heroin, cocaine, meth, and marijuana. They're all trained on those 4 odors.
And is that something that you participate in training?
I did participate in training. We had a lot of training, but when I got the dog was already, my partner Franklin was already imprinted on odor. So he had learned from a previous handler at a specific time prior to me. So I did not train Franklin on odor. Franklin came already trained on the odor and to alert on the odor.
Did you continue to train with him?
We trained weekly, yes, sir.
And what was the weekly training?
We have a 4-hour training session on Wednesdays, and we had to complete that in a passing grade with the instructor.
And what did that involve?
That would be at different locations throughout Metro Louisville, parking lots, buildings, schools, lockers. It could be anywhere, but those odors were previously hidden by the trainer, and then we had to score a specific alert on a number of hides. A hide is just any amount of drugs that's put out and hidden, and we have to find.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Brett, at this time, I'd like to hand you 2 photographs marked Defendants Exhibits 2 and 3, and just ask you if you can identify.
Yes.
Do you know when they were taken?
I do not off the top of my head, but it was a couple years after we had been together as a team.
And were you present?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask that the photographs be admitted as evidence.
Jack to one of those, have been numbered.
Yes, 3 is the one you object.
Yeah,
Counsel,
Jack.
will you come forward, please?
Okay, Brett, so you indicated that you trained weekly with Franklin, correct?
Correct.
Did you have any other roles within your career with the Louisville Metro Police Department,
Yes.
such as?
The Metro Narcotics Unit, as I referred to, when we merged with the Mobile 9th Division at the time, which was previously Viper, and we became the Criminal Interdiction Division, or as you heard referred to as CID.
And CID exists today, correct?
Correct.
How is that made up?
Numerous platoons throughout CID, and I think it's changed even, it evolves and has different platoons names, but at the time that I was there, it was broken up into different platoons. One of those platoons was a prescription fraud unit. You had 2 units, which were the Violent Crime Street Unit, 2 platoons that were the Complaint Response Unit, also known as Crew, and the Major Case Unit, and the PBI unit.
The PBI unit was place-based investigations?
Correct.
Okay, and when you say different platoons, did they each have a certain number of officers assigned?
They did. Each platoon was broken up, and I don't think there's a specific number, but around 8 detectives, and then each platoon has a sergeant assigned to that unit or that platoon.
And do the officers intermingle or switch off platoons, or are they pretty much you're assigned to this platoon, that's where you work?
Each platoon has a different working shift, but some of those platoons overlap their shifts. So let's just say a Violent Crime Unit 1 and Complaint Response Unit 2 would work similar schedules. So those 2 platoons would work together, say they had a search warrant and they needed extra bodies or whatnot, resources, they would work together on that particular day.
Okay. How many officers, if you know or can approximate, were assigned to CID?
I would say somewhere between, without command staff, I'd say somewhere between around 60 to 70 detectives.
And you were a detective at that time, correct?
Correct.
What platoon were you assigned to?
Upon the night of the shooting, I was assigned to the Complaint Response Unit number 2.
Okay, and did you work with that platoon solely, or were you moving around?
Being a canine handler, we are technically assigned to platoons, and that's the platoon we're with, normally speaking, but we are called off throughout the day to other requests for canine searches. So our sergeants are very lenient as far as they don't really, how do I say it? They know that we're not going to be there with our platoon because we're a canine handler. So they know we're going to be all over the city essentially, and it's not a thing where you have to constantly call and ask your sergeant, can I go here, can I go here? But they know you're doing canine searches, which is outside the scope of what that unit does specifically. But if they were to need, obviously, you for a search, they would call you, and that would be your priority.
Did you participate in any kind of administrative function within LMPD?
I did.
What was that?
I was assigned for approximately 6 years. There was a break, but approximately 5 to 6 years, I was a member of the Louisville Metro Police Merit Board.
What is the Louisville Police Merit Board?
The Louisville Metro Police Merit Board was created as a governing body for officers within LMPD who are disciplined as a way to appeal their disciplinary action if they didn't feel, say, the chief gave a fair discipline for whatever they had done, department allegations. They would come to the merit board and plead their case to the merit board.
And the merit board consisted of different types of people?
Yes, sir. It consists of 5 civilians and two sworn officers within LMPD.
And you were one of the sworn officers?
I was.
And you did that for how long?
Between 5 and 6 years.
Now, have you ever, during the course of your career, served search warrants?
I have.
Approximately how many, if you know?
I would say somewhere between 800 and 1,000.
And is that because you have a dog?
It is. It's very uncommon that high of a number for a regular narcotics detective, but like I just mentioned, with our being a canine handler, I might go to 3 search warrants a night, and I would go from one to the other. I would make entry with that platoon on the search warrant, and then after the scene was secured, and if I can go into that real briefly, we don't, with a canine narcotics detection dog, he's not trained to bite or track. He's a passive, or my dog was a passive indicator for the odor of narcotics. So say there was marijuana underneath that door, my dog would go over to the door, put his nose on the odor as close as he could get to it without moving something, and he would lay down and stare at that odor until he was given his reward. I lost my train of thought there.
Well, you were discussing what, you lost my train of thought too, by the way. You're talking about serving search warrants.
So, yes, sorry. So I would go to that scene. We would secure the location with whatever platoon I went to help or assist with. And then I would, once the scene was secured, everybody was out or secured in wherever location we're at, then I brought Franklin out. He did not make entry with us as far as that goes.
And these locations were all over the area, correct?
Anywhere in Jefferson County.
And how many did you do on a regular basis?
It could be, you mean on a daily basis?
Daily basis?
It could be anywhere between 1 and 3.
Okay. Have you ever discharged your weapon, your service weapon, in the line of duty?
I have not.
Have you ever been shot at in the line of duty?
I have not.
On
Prior to March 13th.
On March the 13th, March 12th, 13th, what kind of service weapon were you equipped with?
A Glock Model 22, 40 caliber.
And is that the weapon that we've seen displayed here in court?
I believe so.
Was that, do you have any reason to doubt it?
No,
Okay. Was that weapon issued to you by the LMPD?
it was.
And was it had ammunition, correct?
Correct.
Where'd the ammunition come from?
That was issued by the range,
By the,
Metro Police, the
Okay.
range, firearms training range.
was your weapon equipped with a light,
It was.
flashlight on March 12th, 13th?
It was.
And we saw demonstrated, I believe yesterday, how that light fits on the barrel of the weapon,
It fits on the rail, yes, sir.
on the rail. And did you have the light on March 12th, March 13th that was equipped with one, correct?
I did. That was not I purchased that myself. That wasn't an issued item at that time.
Was it approved by the department?
It was.
Did you turn it on or activate it on December 12th, 13th?
I did not.
Why not?
The reason being is that we were approaching, it was dark outside, and we don't illuminate any flashlights or want any illumination on us while we're approaching a specific location.
And why? What is the reason for that?
Just to give away our location. We don't want to give away our location, and that it would do that if somebody, say, looked out their window or whatnot.
Okay, did you also have a handheld light that night?
I did. I was issued a small, I believe it's a Stinger flashlight, which is approximately 12 inches.
Where do you carry that?
I usually carry it in my tactical vest.
Which you had on the 12th, 13th?
I did.
Brett, are you familiar with the LMPD use of deadly force policy?
I am.
May I approach a witness, Judge?
You may.
Brett, I'm going to hand you a two-page document that's marked Defendant's Exhibit Number 4 and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
And what is it?
It's the SOP as it relates to use of force with an Lmpd.
And how are you familiar with that?
We are given policies through email. That's not accurate. We're given whenever there's an update on policy or a new policy comes out, we're having an email alert. You just click on the link and it takes you to the new policy or whatever changes are highlighted in yellow with each policy. You have to read through that policy, and then it's an electronic form, it's an electronic form, but after you scroll to the bottom, you check that you've read it and understand the policy, and then it's checked off in the main system.
And Judge, may I ask that be admitted as Exhibit 4 for the defendant, please?
Objection, may we approach?
You may approach.
Brett, can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your understanding of the LMPD use of deadly force policy?
Sure. Deadly force is permitted within the scope that an officer faces a deadly force threat, and that could be through serious physical injury or possible death, whatever threat that might be. So it's not limited to, say, a firearms or a club or whatever, but if an officer identifies a potential threat that would end in serious physical injury to death to that officer or to a civilian, we are allowed to use deadly force.
And discharging your firearm would be considered deadly force, is that correct?
It would.
And
Yes,
somebody actively shooting at you would be considered a threat worthy of using deadly force on, is that correct?
Absolutely.
Let's talk about this March 12th and March 13th. Do you remember those 2 days?
I do.
Okay, what were you doing on those days?
On March 12th and 13th, I believe those were my normally assigned days off.
Do you recall that that was a Thursday and a Friday?
I do.
And what did you do on Thursday, March 12th on your regular day off?
I believe I had court early in the morning. I don't recall if it was circuit or district court, but I had a court appearance that was required on that early that morning.
And what did you do after you finished your court appearance?
The U.S. Marshals Task Force had requested detectives to assist them in what they call a roundup, and we're not really involved in the identification, but it's wanted fugitives throughout Louisville Metro. They identify those people, and we assist them on attempting to locate those people.
And did you do that?
I did.
Do you remember what time you finished with that?
I don't recall, but it was somewhere in the evening hours.
What did you do after that?
I then went to the CID office, which is at 701 West Ormsby.
How did you know to go to the CID office?
I had been advised of multiple search warrants through the PBI unit, the Place-Based Investigations Unit, a week or so previously. Sergeant Meany with the PBI unit had sent out an email requesting additional support for the warrant service of I think there were 4, but possibly 5 warrant services which were going to go simultaneously.
Okay, when you say warrant services, you mean separate search warrants for different addresses?
Correct.
And was one of those Springfield?
It was.
Okay, how did you said you were asked by email?
Yes, there was a request put out for support from the other platoons to assist the PBI unit, and I responded that myself and my partner Franklin were available.
And were they specifically looking for somebody who had a canine?
Yeah, each location, they wanted a canine to be able to be on scene at each of the 4 locations, and like I said, I believe there were 5, but there was never a 5th. The 5th location on Muhammad Ali was not served that night, but they had a dog assigned to each of those locations.
Okay, and the Ormsby address where the CID office is located is your home base, kind of, is that correct?
That's where our office is, correct.
So you responded there about what time?
I would say between 9 and 10 p.m.
And do you know how many people were there at that point?
No, but it was pretty packed, especially for that time of night in the office.
And why?
Because of the multiple warrant services and the request for the manpower.
Is there a specific number of officers who are supposed to serve a warrant at a location?
I don't believe there's a policy that stipulates a minimum or a maximum amount of people, but obviously the more people you have, the better.
And when you went to the CID, what was the point of going there?
The CID was the location where we were directed to go by the PBI unit or the PBI sergeant, I don't recall which, to do the briefing.
And was SWAT there at that briefing?
No, SWAT has their own headquarters, I guess, and that's not near where our location is.
So everybody at the briefing that you attended was with CID, correct?
Correct.
And what was the nature of that briefing? What did they talk about?
They had they had a whiteboard as you walk in the main or the large conference room. They have a large whiteboard that you can write on with a marker.
We
And
saw a photograph of that. Is that what the evidence the Commonwealth had? A
it
photograph?
is. I think a picture of the whiteboard was shown multiple times.
Okay.
And we all, at whatever time they rounded us up and told us, because a lot of us were at our desks or cubicles doing work, and we were called into the office to start the briefing.
And when you say called into the office, is this a big room and everybody was in it?
It's a large, well, our office is pretty large, but it's cubicles kind of as far as you can see, and then there's a large conference room and a small conference room, and the PBI unit already set up the whiteboard in the large conference room.
When you walked in, did you see the whiteboard?
I did.
Did you locate your name on it?
I did.
Did you know in advance that you were going to be assigned to the warrant service on Springfield Drive?
No, sir.
Did it make any difference to you where you went?
Did not.
Did you know the names of the officers that were on that whiteboard assigned to Springfield?
Some of them, yes, I was familiar with, I had worked with in the past, and then, like I said, we had recently merged with the Mobile 9th Division, and they had a lot of younger guys, younger detectives, and I wasn't familiar with everybody in that unit. So a couple of names, one in particular I didn't recognize right off the bat.
On the list to go to Springfield?
Correct.
So the list to go to Springfield was not a platoon that worked together on a daily basis?
It was not. The people that were on the board to go to Springfield were literally, every detective there, I believe, was from a different platoon. So it wasn't someone we worked with on a daily basis as a team.
Does that make a difference in the service of a warrant?
I would say, yeah.
Why?
Because you're not used to working with certain people, do certain things differently. Some people have different roles they like to do. Some people like to do the RAM. Some people like to do the pick. And some people like to make first entry.
What's a pick?
A pick is just a large steel bar that has, it looks like an extra large crowbar, and it's used to pry doors open with.
And did you have a specific assignment at 3003 Springfield?
As a entry or as a why I was there for?
Why were you there?
I was there for the canine search.
Okay. So you were supposed to go in after entry was made, correct?
Well, yes, but if we're there upon the search warrant, they obviously want additional help in making entry. Because like I said, the more detectives, the better that are there. And I was put, and I don't know who did the whiteboard, but I was put in a stack with the other detectives.
Was the order of the names on the whiteboard, did that signify anything?
Yes and no. And the reason I say that was a couple of the officers' names that were on the board, detectives rather, never made it to the scene for whatever reason, I don't know.
So, but it ended up that there were 7 officers who went to Springfield, right?
Yes, sir.
What was discussed at the briefing at CID?
They explained, they had all the addresses of the search warrants that night. They explained to us that the Elliott Avenue addresses were going to be served by the SWAT team, and that Springfield was going to be served by us.
And did they tell you go into detail about each of those addresses?
Well, let me go back, because I kind of skipped an important part. While SWAT team was going to serve, say, 2624 Elliott, it's not that once the SWAT team makes entry and clears and everything's clear with inside, everybody's in custody or detained, then the CID unit will come in. The SWAT team basically goes in, does the tactical stuff, secures it, then we come in after the fact, and then we interview, do a search, execute the warrant, basically.
But SWAT was not part of Springfield, is that correct?
Correct. SWAT was assigned to the other addresses on Elliott.
Do you know why SWAT was not part of Springfield?
I have no idea.
You didn't have anything to do with the investigation that led to the issuance of the search warrant for Springfield?
No, sir, I had no idea.
When you were at the briefing at CID, did they go into any detail about, what did they tell you about Springfield that you might encounter?
I believe they had, excuse me, they had pictures of targets on Elliott, and then I believe they either had a name or a picture, I don't recall which, of Miss Taylor at Springfield.
And what did they tell you?
Essentially, that Miss Taylor had no record to speak of, and she was home at that location at that time, and that they had tied her to, or I'm sorry, had tied a known drug trafficker coming and going to that location.
Did they give you any description of the physical layout of the building?
No, they did not.
No diagrams,
No diagrams, no sir.
any photographs?
No sir.
Who conducted that briefing?
I believe it was done by Detective Barton with PBI.
And how long did that last?
I want to say somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes.
And was the rest of the, or was there also information provided about the addresses on Elliott and the other search warrant locations?
They provided, I believe, the names of some targets, but I didn't recognize anybody's name on the board. I never interacted with anyone whose name was up there. I wasn't familiar with them.
What happened when the briefing was completed?
After the briefing was completed, it was someone, I'm assuming Sergeant Mattingly or Lieutenant Hoover told us to go to a rally location, is what we call it. It's basically a location near the search warrant where we will wait until we're advised to move into position on the location.
Okay, you indicated you didn't have anything to do with the investigation that led to the issuance of the search warrant, correct?
No, sir.
Did you have anything to do with preparing that search warrant?
No, sir.
What did you do? You just showed up?
Yeah, I was requested to be there, and I let them know that through email, confirmed that I could be there and that I was off.
Now, at the rally point, where was that?
St. Andrew's Church and St. Anthony Church Drive, where those two roads intersect, there is, I believe, a church there, and we all met up in the parking lot there.
And when you all met up there, how did everybody get there?
Either drove or rode with each other. I don't recall how everybody got there, but that's how I got there.
More than one vehicle?
Yes,
And you have your own vehicle, correct?
correct.
And where was Franklin?
He was in the back in a kennel.
And when you got to the church on St. Anthony, what happened there?
I was one of the last ones that arrived there, so people were kind of parked just throughout the parking lot, and there was a EMS wagon there also.
Is that standard procedure?
Yes. Anytime we serve a search warrant, usually it's a responsibility of the lead detective to call MetroSafe, either radio or telephone, and ask for an EMS wagon with advanced life support on board to stand by at that location with us, which is going to be close to the service of the warrant in case something should go wrong.
Okay. At the parking lot, was there any more planning with reference to what was going to happen when you got to 3003 Springfield?
To the best of my knowledge, no. Basically, that's where we put our tactical vest on, and those that had specific jobs, like Detective Nobles with the Ram, would get the equipment out and make sure it's ready, and all equipment was checked, essentially.
And then everybody proceeded to Springfield?
Correct.
How did you get there?
I drove my police vehicle.
Okay. When we went out the other day, there's a street right off of St. Anthony's that goes directly back to the apartment. We've heard testimony about a gate. Did you know of the existence of the gate?
I did not.
Did you go in that way?
We did not that night.
Why not?
I'm assuming because the gate was there, I didn't know anything about the gate. I had never been at that complex before. I had never made a run there or worked in the 3rd Division, so I was not familiar with that area whatsoever.
And if I understood the testimony we've heard throughout this trial, there was an officer already on the scene at Springfield, correct?
That's correct.
And that was Detective Mike Campbell?
It was.
What was his role?
Now, like I said previously, we were advised at the CID office at the briefing that Detective Campbell with PBI was already on scene, and he was going to be our VO, is what we call it, but that's a verification officer. To my best of my knowledge, he was the only person from the PBI unit that had explicit knowledge of that location and everything to do with the investigation leading up to it. I believe either Detective Barton or Sergeant Meany relayed that to us within the briefing, that he was already on scene and he had an eye on the location, meaning he could visibly see an obstructed view of the front door to the target location.
And was he supposed to do anything with reference to that?
Your only job as a verification officer is to do constant surveillance on the location. And the reason we do that is a couple reasons, but one, I'll take it for instance, if there's children show up at the apartment, or I'm sorry, at the location, in this case it's an apartment, if additional people show up and go into the target location, that's all information that we need to be relayed to us, so we are aware of that upon making entry, or sometimes with children involved, we will just decide not to do the warrant whatsoever.
To your knowledge, was any information provided by Detective Campbell about any changes at the location or what was going on at the location?
No changes. From what we were told from the briefing, that Detective Campbell was on scene with a constant eye on the location, and that Ms. Taylor was there by herself, and there was no children and there was no pets, to our knowledge. It's also important if there's a dog or a large dog on the location prior to our arrival.
You got that at the briefing at CID, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When everybody arrived on Springfield, how did they get to the actual parking lot in front of the apartment?
So we actually passed, like I said, I wasn't familiar with the area, but we passed the actual street that goes to Springfield, and I later found out the reason we did because there was a gate there. But we went past, so I guess that would be considered south, up the hill to a different entrance, and then moved through the parking lot in a caravan of police vehicles. Those are all unmarked. We snaked down through the parking lot until we got to near 3003.
And what did you do when you got near 3003?
There was a parking spot just east of the target location, and there was a parking spot near a dumpster, and I parked my Suburban there.
And what did you do?
Got out of the vehicle.
Did you get Franklin out with you?
I did not. He doesn't, like I said, he doesn't come out until after the scene is secured.
Did Franklin ever come out of your vehicle that night? After you got out of your vehicle, what did you do?
I walked up, and I believe I was maybe the last vehicle in the caravan or the second to last vehicle in the caravan. So by the time I parked, some people just parked in the parking lot and not in the parking place, but kind of double parked in the middle of the lot. And because I'd found an open spot, I was kind of farther away from everybody. So I kind of did a brisk jog, walk, catch up to everybody else that was already positioned on the sidewalk. And I believe that would be just east of 3003 building.
Everybody was on the sidewalk?
Correct.
And was there any discussion about what was going to happen?
No, Detective Campbell, I believe, had exited his vehicle, and like I said, he was the verification officer, and he's the one that either gave the specific location, the door, that's his job, to Detective Mattingly or Sergeant Mattingly or some detective that was in the front of the line. So at that time, I was positioned a little farther back in the line.
Okay, now we've seen photographs of a white Toyota Sequoia parked, I guess you'd call it double parked, in the parking lot right opposite the entrance to the vestibule area.
Correct.
Did you know about that from Detective Campbell?
I had no knowledge of that vehicle or why it was there.
Did that make any difference in how you were going to go about service of the search warrant?
At that point, no.
Okay. So the plan was to just go ahead and make entry to apartment 4, correct?
Correct.
Did you know of the existence of an apartment behind apartment 4 or attached to apartment 4, such as apartment 3?
No, sir.
When you first laid eyes on the building, what did you think about that building?
Like I said, I had no information, no Google image or any satellite imagery of the location. Upon walking, like I said, it was, now it was probably sometime after midnight, and as we proceeded up, obviously it was dark, the parking lot lights were on. I noticed as I approached the building to my right, I could see 2 balconies, and then I could see 2 patios directly below that. So at that time, I assumed it was a fourplex.
Meaning 4 apartments in the building?
2 up and 2 down. Yes, sir.
Did you see 4 doors in the vestibule?
I did not.
Did you pay any attention to that?
No, and a couple reasons. Not that I wasn't paying attention, but there's no way I could see that. Before my approach from the east, we walked up in a stack, which I think has been described numerous times. In prior testimony, I was near the rear of the stack, so I hadn't made it into the vestibule area with the other detectives. I was maybe one of the last ones to do that.
Okay, well, I'm not real clear about the formation of the stack. Is that just a single file line, every one person right after the other?
Correct. We usually, upon approach to a target location, we usually what we call stack up, and we get in a line, a single file line as it is, and that's the point where we're usually very near the target location, and that's when we unholster our firearms.
Okay. Pardon me. And as you did that, then you made your way up the sidewalk into the vestibule area, correct?
Correct. We walked past the target apartment, which would be the 2-bedroom windows, and then the sliding glass door.
And did you take note of those?
I just noted that there was no activity to speak of. Obviously, somebody will usually call out if there's an open window or they see somebody inside or somebody's looking out the window, they'll alert you to that. But there was no reason for me to take specific notice of it at that time.
Okay. When you entered the vestibule area, what, if anything, happened?
As I entered the vestibule area, most all the detectives in the stack were in front of me, and I believe Detective Campbell was behind me at that time.
And so he would have been the last one in, correct?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Did you encounter anybody?
I did. Sergeant Mattingly, I believe, began knocking on the door of apartment 4.
And when you say knocking, can you describe how he was knocking?
Sure, just with a closed fist or this palm striking the door repeatedly while announcing our presence.
When you say while announcing our presence, what specifically was being said?
Police, search warrant, and that was said over and over. And I don't know if it was Metro Police search warrant or police search warrant over and over again.
How would you describe the noise level?
It was a loud banging. And I think that sound was kind of intensified because in that vestibule area, it's all concrete, and then you have a steel structure for the steps, I believe.
So did that get a response from anywhere?
The apartment directly above the target apartment, apartment 4, that's when I observed who I know now to be Mr. Sarpe exit that door.
And where did he go?
He came out, took a couple steps out, and addressed us.
Okay. He was not on the deck out above the patio to apartment 4, correct?
No, he was. So I was positioned just beside the steps, maybe halfway. As the steps go up to my right, I was about halfway in, I guess, the middle of the steps, and not the middle of the steps, beside the steps, but halfway up. I could see up to my right. I could see Mr. Sarpe.
And what, if anything, occurred with Mr. Sarpe?
He seemed very upset that we were there, and he was, I guess because of our banging had disturbed him, and I don't remember the exact conversation, but he made it clear he didn't want us there. He said something to the effect of to go away or something of that nature. I don't recall exactly what.
Did you engage with him?
I did, and I know it's kind of uncommon. You know, somebody might be surprised you walk out of your door and you see a bunch of police officers in tax vests and gun belts. But I identified myself as a police officer, and I said, get back inside.
Did he comply with that?
Initially, no. He said a few more things, but it was very hard for me to understand him. I thought at the time it was because maybe he was intoxicated, or that's why he wasn't going back in, because usually when you tell somebody to come back in or they come out by accident and see you getting ready to serve a search warrant in an adjacent apartment or wherever, they'll immediately go back inside.
But how long did your little discussion with him go?
I would say less than 10 seconds.
What was everybody else doing at that point?
Well, like I said, John had already began knocking on the door and announcing, and other people had said, and myself being one of them, had announced Metro Police search warrant.
And you announced that while you were talking with Mr. Sarpay?
No, sir. I'd announced that prior, and then Mr. Sarpay came out, and I believe things were kind of paused for a minute. Mr. Sarpay was argumentative, but like I said, it was brief. And Sergeant Mattingly yelled back at me and said, "Just forget about it, or let him. Don't worry about it." And I don't remember the exact wording he used, but
And Brett, you just said things were paused for a minute. Was that a figure of speech, or was it for a minute?
it was how long it took for me to address to get him to go back inside.
And so he goes back inside, and then what happens?
We continued knocking and announcing.
And did you hear any response from inside of apartment 4?
I did not.
And then what?
I believe Lieutenant Hoover or Sergeant Mattingly, a commander, and that's who would give that, usually give that order, announced to go ahead and breach the door.
And what does that mean, to go ahead and breach the door?
It's the notification to the person holding the ram that it's okay, they're given the go to go ahead and start working on the door or whatever is obstructing our way to get in.
And Detective Nobles had the ram, correct?
He did.
And where were you at this point?
So after addressing Mr. Sarpay, I had moved up in the stack closer to the door, near Detective Nobles, to his, if this is the door and he's working on the door, I'm back to his right, behind him.
Did you have an assigned position?
I did not. We had the order on the whiteboard, but like I said, some people that were on the board weren't even there, and I believe maybe a person or two had showed up that wasn't even on the board. So other than the roles as it was, the pick, the ram, and the shield, those were specific known just because of the tools they were carrying up to the scene.
Somebody have a pick with them?
Not that I remember.
And Tony James had a ram, or had the shield, correct?
He did, and I did not know that was not mentioned. That's usually something you'll mention at the briefing or at least at the rally point. Somebody will say something, but I was not made aware that there was any ballistic shield until we got to the location and we began walking up on the sidewalk.
And I think we heard testimony from Detective Cosgrove by way of his deposition that normally the shield man would be the lead, correct?
Correct. We have very little training. I believe bunkers or shields, as they're referred to, are usually utilized by our SRT team, which is our special response team, or our SWAT team. And I may have seen some training done with it, but I didn't participate in a RAM entry that I can recall. I'm sorry, not a RAM entry, a shield entry.
So the shield didn't really come into play, is that correct?
No, sir.
At the time entry was made?
Correct.
Once the door, well, Noble starts hitting the door, correct?
Correct.
Are people still announcing, knocking, or they're not knocking anymore, are they announcing?
I believe maybe a person or two had said it again, louder than it started, and because of the banging with the ram.
And how many times did the ram hit the door, if you know?
I believe it was 3 times until the door was breached.
And what happened then?
At the third hit, Detective Nobles, and I'll explain this. The ram is a large cylindrical piece of steel, very heavy, and it has 2 handles on it that are they pivot or swivel rather. And so if you're the ram guy, you don't have access to your firearms or protection as it is. So while the ram guy is hitting the door, it's imperative that as soon as he breaches that door, there's somebody there for him to get out of the way, because he doesn't have an extra hand to get to his weapon should he face a threat. So it's imperative for that person or person behind him to fill his spot where that void is created, where he is in that area swinging that ram.
And we heard Detective Cosgrove say there was nobody behind him to fill that void. Is that correct?
I don't know where Detective Cosgrove was at, but I know from watching being right behind Detective Nobles, I know when you're swinging a ram, other detectives are very familiar that you don't stay close to the ram guy. So everybody kind of packs back or moves back, and it's a very small area, that breezeway vestibule area. So everybody was positioned away from the ram because obviously no one wants to get hit with the ram as he's swinging it back and forth.
You weren't assigned to fill in behind him, is that correct?
No, sir.
So what happened once that door comes open?
Once the door comes open, I move up to where Detective Noble. So if this plexiglass was the door and Detective Nobles was hitting it with the ram with his, I guess, from the left side of his body, after the third strike that breached that door at the strike plate in the door handle area, once that door was breached, Detective Nobles then pivoted back out, so towards me, behind me, which was would be the parking lot area.
And what did you do?
I immediately filled that void that was created by Detective Nobles moving with the ram out of the way.
And what did you see? Or what happened?
As I moved up, and I was to the right side of the door, closest to the hallway, like I previously mentioned, I had my gun out already, down at the ready position, and I immediately could see. Let me rephrase. I immediately could see darkness in the apartment, no lights on, and then almost instantaneously I saw a large muzzle flash from directly in front of me where you would be, directly in front of me, a large muzzle flash. And I'll describe the muzzle flash more specifically, is that we do, as it was described by Officer Galehausen yesterday, the muzzle flash was not a muzzle flash that I would commonly identify as a handgun muzzle flash. This was a large fire muzzle flash that I could see directly in front of me, and then the percussion from that muzzle flash I could feel being, the percussion had nowhere to go. It was straight on at us, and I could feel the percussion. So I could see the muzzle flash, feel the percussion, and with the muzzle flash, it then gave illumination to that hallway. So at that time, I could see can I stand up, Judge?
Sure.
You may.
So I could see in the hallway, if you or me, I could see in the hallway a subject, and I could not tell if it was a male or a female, in a shooting stance at the ready here, and it lit up that figure. So if I'm where you're at, I see the muzzle flash, I get illumination from that muzzle flash, and then I can see a shadowy silhouette of a figure, and I couldn't identify whether it was a male or a female.
Could you tell whether there was more than one figure there?
I could not.
And you've previously, in your statement we saw played the other day, said you thought that individual was armed with a rifle, an AR-15.
Given the factors I just described to you, the large muzzle flash, the loud percussion or the boom of the gun, and the way the shooter was in a stance, it was what I would call a tactical or like an army stance or a tactical shooting stance. They were at the ready, already gun up on the door.
How could you see that if Sergeant Mattingly and Myles Cosgrove are in that doorway also?
And I don't know where Detective Cosgrove was, but Sergeant Mattingly was up front, and he was the one that was closest to, I guess, the door jamb when that door first came open. So he would have been in front of me. To my left, Detective Myles would have been, I don't know where Detective Myles was, I don't recall, I don't have any, even in the stack I don't remember where he was at, but he had to have been somewhere to my left.
When you saw that muzzle flash, what's the next thing that happened?
Immediately, Sergeant Mattingly goes down.
Was anything said at that point?
I believe he said that said I'm hit or I'm down, one or the other.
And is Sergeant Mattingly a friend of yours?
He is.
So when that happened, what did you do?
Well, where we're at, and that this is trained in the academy, we were in that fatal funnel. It's been, I guess, touched on, but I'll describe more in detail. The fatal funnel is an area you don't want to be in on a search warrant. Okay, you want to get out of that area as quickly as possible. You're trained from day one. Do not stay in the fatal funnel. You have to go through the fatal funnel at some point to make entry into wherever you're getting entry into. So I knew facing that muzzle flash and there's an active shooter directly in front of me, we're not going to continue making entry into that apartment and taking rounds. I spun out to my left, kind of in a similar fashion that Detective Nobles did with the ram previously, and ran back through the breezeway. I did not want to be in the fatal funnel. I know that people die in the fatal funnel, as it is. Sergeant Mattingly is now to my left on the ground. So I want to get out of that fatal funnel as quickly as possible and get to a location where I can return rounds.
What do you know, was Sergeant Mattingly out of commission, or was he returning round?
I don't know.
How about Myles Cosgrove?
At that time, I did not know.
You don't know whether anybody was firing back, correct?
Correct.
Did you continue to hear rounds?
Yeah, the firing began as in the best of my memory, a volley back and forth, or two different guns. And as I made that corner back out towards the sliding glass door, I get illumination, a bright illumination from a muzzle flash. And the reason I say it's a muzzle flash is because it's a bright illumination, the bright flash, and with the loud percussion I get from what sounds to be rifle fire. And as I made that corner, that percussion, that muzzle flash intensified. intensified.
And was it your perception that that muzzle flash was coming from your brother officers?
No, sir.
What did you think?
I knew Sergeant, excuse me, I knew Sergeant Mattingly was down, and I knew they were trying to get to him. And it appeared to me that they were being executed with this rifle.
So what did you do?
I returned fire through, excuse me, through the sliding glass door. And that did not stop the threat.
What were you firing at?
The muzzle flashes that I could see in the apartment that were illuminated by that illuminated that sliding glass door.
And did you continue firing? Do you know how many rounds you discharged?
At that time, no, sir.
And did you continue firing?
I fired, and then I assessed. After firing through that sliding glass door, I assessed, and the firing continued.
And what did you do?
I moved from my left to my right from the breezeway towards the bedroom window that was now being illuminated by that muzzle flash. Okay, it's been testified to numerous times that there was a drape or blinds there, and that's accurate. But that was still lighting up that bedroom window. Both bedroom windows were still being lit up. So in my mind, I perceived that threat, which I clearly identified as a threat, an active threat. I thought that if I could get to that bedroom window, I could put rounds through that bedroom window and stop the shooter who, from the last place I had eyes on them, which was seconds before that.
Okay. How long did this go on, if you can estimate?
From the first shot,
Yes.
I would say
Did you fire the last shot?
after I shot return fire through that bedroom window, the threat stopped. All firing ceased at that time, and in my mind, the threat was stopped or eliminated.
Okay. And are you able to estimate how long it was from the time the first shot that struck Sergeant Mattingly till your last shot?
I would say somewhere between 5 and 10 seconds.
That quick?
Correct.
Okay, after you fired your last round, what did you see and what did you do?
I could hear, now, I didn't want to take my eyes off the target. I wasn't sure if the threat had been stopped or not. I knew Sergeant Mattingly was down. I could hear to my left. So if you remember when you were out at the scene, I was somewhere between, on the sidewalk area between bedroom 2 and the sliding glass door. I kept my gun and my attention on where the threat could come from. Now, we have a few different places in play, that being the front door, the sliding glass door, or the 2-bedroom windows. So I kept my attention focused on that. I knew that everyone else was in the process. I could hear a large commotion. It sounded like wrestling going on, but to my left. So out on the sidewalk, I knew Sergeant Mattingly, they had now got him out of the breezeway.
And where was everybody else?
Tending to Sergeant Mattingly to my left.
So you-
My left behind, but like I said, I never turned and looked because I didn't want to take my eye off the apartment in case the shooter advanced, which the whole time was my fear that the person with the rifle, the shooter, was going to advance out on us. I felt, I don't know what the best word to describe it is, I felt helpless knowing that I had a handgun and I was facing rifle fire, and even though I had a tactical vest on, I knew that was no match for if the shooter came out with the rifle.
And then what, they're all tending to Sergeant Mattingly. You've got your gun pointed at the apartment.
Correct.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I got on the radio. I knew that we went from 7 detectives to me. I later saw Detective Cosgrove to my left or on the sidewalk at some point, but at that time it was just me and the threat because I know they were trying to evacuate or get Sergeant Mattingly treatment, and I knew that he was shot. I just didn't know. I didn't know what his status was.
So you got on the radio and did what?
I called at 10:30.
What's a 10:30?
Officer needs assistance.
And where did that go, do you know?
I had switched over from our narcotics channel to our primary channel, which is monitored by the patrol cars or patrol units. And I actually switched to the wrong channel, so I came over the downtown, as testified to yesterday by Sergeant Renaud, or Officer Renaud. My transmission came over his channel downtown, which is the 1st Division. And I yelled 10:30, officer needs assistance, and an officer was down.
And then what?
I asked responding units. I didn't want the patrol guys. Obviously, they didn't know anything about what was going on. I knew they had no knowledge. There was no patrol guys in the briefing or with us, and I knew they had no knowledge of what was going on or a search warrant was even being served. We're not.
Let me interrupt you. How would they know where to come?
Well, that's the thing, is they didn't know. They didn't know where I was. I called 10:30 thinking that the dispatcher knew where I was at, but obviously they didn't, because I think they responded, "What is your location?" And was not at a position where I could remember or recall what address we were at. I had never been to Springfield before, and I was not familiar with the address.
But what'd you do?
Well, prior to leaving the office, I took a picture of the whiteboard with my cell phone. So, for various reasons, but because there were multiple locations, and if for some reason a dog couldn't search a certain area, I had those addresses in my phone. I could blow up on my phone and see where I would need to go to later without any confusion, being called out for that.
Okay, so the question was, how did anybody know where to go?
So I looked at my phone, got the address, and I believe the address is written on the whiteboard as 3007 Springfield. So I put that address out, 3000 Springfield, number 4, on the radio channel.
Did you later learn it was not written as 3007?
That's what it looked like on my phone and the way it was written in the marker on the board.
Okay. So you put that out, and then what?
I was getting at, I knew the patrol guys that were coming, they didn't know what was going on, so they just knew 10:30, and that's really when shit hits the fan, and that's the worst thing you can hear on the radio. So I knew they were coming, but I didn't want them to pull up to the location and be faced with rifle fire immediately, especially pulling right up, and that a lot of us these days cheat and use our GPS for everything. We don't really look at house numbers anymore. We just kind of follow where the GPS goes and stop where the GPS tells us to. I didn't want that to happen. I knew that they were in the parking lot. When I say they, as Sergeant Mattingly, and so I let them know on the radio, we need officers with long guns. I didn't want officers to come there necessarily without a long gun, because you obviously want to challenge a rifle with a rifle. You don't want to challenge a rifle with a handgun. So for officer safety purposes, I put that out on the radio that the shooter had a long gun, and to dispatch cars with rifles.
How long was this after Sergeant Mattingly was shot?
Well, this is all within that same minute time frame, less than a minute.
Less than a minute? So you call for long guns. Did you do anything else?
Yeah, I had positioned, so like I spoke of earlier, why we don't turn our flashlights on walking up to a location, I had taken I have a weapon mounted light, like I said, which is the one described earlier, and then I just have a Stinger, a small flashlight that we were just issued. I took my Stinger out of my vest and I placed it on the trunk of a vehicle near me. The reason being, I wanted to illuminate the target location as best as I could, and I also wanted to move away from that location. You don't want to be standing outside pointing with your gun or flashlight illuminated, and the shooter then has basically a target that he can acquire, she can acquire upon just looking right out or glancing out or advancing, whatever the case is. So, excuse me. I put the flashlight on the trunk or hood of a vehicle, and then I moved to cover so I could keep eyes on that location.
And what happened next then?
Sergeant Fan, who is actually my sergeant in the complaint response unit at that time, I was assigned to his platoon. He is also a member of SWAT team, and he was on Elliott when he heard this broadcast go out.
Did you communicate with him?
I did. He raised me on the radio or called for me on the radio.
While you're still keeping watch on apartment 4, correct?
Correct.
What did he want on the radio?
He wanted to let me know that they were en route from Elliott, which is in the West End, to my location, and he wanted to know if I could get him some pictures so they knew what they were facing when they got there.
And what did you do in response to that?
I took a couple pictures from the parking lot of the building and texted them to Sergeant Fan.
Are you just out in the middle of the parking lot, or were you behind cover?
I'm still in the parking lot back, like I said, behind cover. And at some point between calling the 10:30 and being in contact with Sergeant Fan, I did a reload in the parking lot. I did not know how many rounds I had or how many rounds I had left in my magazine.
And is that why one magazine had 4 rounds left in it?
Yes.
And that came out of your tactical vest at PIU, correct?
It came out of my magazine pouch, which is on my gun belt.
And your service revolver or service weapon at that time it had a fully loaded mag, correct, at the time that you were at PIU when it was taken from you?
I would have to look at the round count, but I believe it was either topped off or sometimes I will not put the last round in the magazine. Reason being is that I've had problems with it jamming on that first round. Once you get it in your gun, it seems like it feeds better with one round missing.
Okay. So you sent the pictures to Sergeant Fan?
I do.
Meanwhile, are officers arriving?
The first officer that I didn't know who it was at the time, but now it's known to be Officer Combs. Now, he came directly down the quickest way off of the main road, and I apologize, but it's either St. Andrews or St. Anthony, the one the apartment complex is off of. And he, I could see to my left that he was coming up lights and sirens, and that he had stopped because there's some random gate across between apartment complexes.
Did you communicate with him?
I did.
What'd you do?
I told him to ram the gate.
And why did you do that?
Like I said, if we can still use this as the apartment direction, which I believe is north, Sergeant Mattingly and the rest of the platoon I was there with, I heard at some point somebody called for a tourniquet, or somebody said I had a tourniquet, and I believe Tony James, or Detective James, is one of the few detectives that carries a tourniquet on almost every time. He has one on his tack vest, and I remember him hearing. Saying that he had a tourniquet and he was going to apply it.
So what's that got to do with ramming the gate?
Well, for some reason, EMS was still not there. They were just at the bottom of the hill, but I think there was a miscommunication in MetroSafe, who dispatches for the police department, fire departments, and EMS. There was some type of communication delay letting them know that we needed EMS, because as soon as you call 1030, I would assume, I don't know their protocol, but you would dispatch EMS when out there was an officer was down.
So Officer Combs rams the gate. Does that make the entire place accessible at that point?
To the best of my knowledge, I couldn't see everything that was going on back there, but I knew we had to get Jon out of where he was at behind me to my left to a safe location, or out where EMS could get to him. And we couldn't do that because of this random gate that was that was blocking the parking lot across a couple of complexes, or separating two complexes.
So other officers began arriving?
They did.
And did you do anything with them?
After Officer Combs rammed the gate, we start getting a large, as you probably imagine, a large showing of officers anytime there's a 1030. That's one of those calls on the radio where it doesn't matter what you're doing or where you're at in the county, as described by First Division officer yesterday, and he was at First and Jefferson, I think he said, and that's quite a ways away. You respond to that scene until somebody tells you otherwise on the radio that that officer doesn't need help anymore.
Okay. When those officers began arriving, what do they do?
So a lot of the officers, I was happy to see a lot of the officers were running up to the scene with long guns already out, like I requested on the radio. I then directed them to what apartment was in play, meaning this isn't the whole complex we're covering this apartment. I had my flashlight, like I said, illuminated on the apartment complex, or the apartment 4, and I pointed out to them what was in play, specifically the front door, the breezeway, and both bedroom windows. I positioned them, fanned them out through the parking lot behind cover. A couple of them had tripods on their ARs, and they positioned in the cover position. That was the safest way to do it.
Did you send people around the back?
At that time, I don't believe I sent anyone around back, but that was my major concern at the time. That became a concern of mine at the time, not a major concern. But I was concerned that this shooter, I knew we didn't have the back addressed at any point in the briefing, and I knew that everybody that came out of the stack went to the apartment. And a lot of times we'll have an assigned person, or 2 people usually. There's usually no less than 2 people assigned to the back to cover the back of the target location. And I remembered we didn't have anybody covering the back. So in my mind, this person can or is going out this back window or a back door, or I didn't know the layout, into the night. So at some point I said we need people around back to make sure this person is not, escaping.
To your knowledge, is there still a person in apartment 4?
Yes, sir.
How did you know that?
Because I saw them, and then they never came, but they had not exited at this point.
Okay, you saw them when the door was breached?
Correct.
Okay, did you know that anybody was shot in the apartment?
I did not.
As far as you knew, there was one person in the apartment when you went there, correct?
Correct, and the reason is that, I think I stated before, they told us in the briefing that Miss Taylor was there by herself. There was no kids, no dogs, no other people in the apartment, and that she, because of constant surveillance, and I think I spoke of it earlier, but while we leave that staging area at the church and make our way up, Detective Campbell confirms that there was no change. And just saying no change on the radio means there's nobody came, nobody has gone. So in my mind, the person that's in that apartment, there is only one person in the apartment as confirmed by what I was told at the briefing and constant surveillance. Nobody else was in there.
So how did you learn that there was still an individual in the apartment?
I began to hail them from now that we had cover officers and we had long guns. I began to call them out.
Was Sergeant Mattingly still on the scene?
No. I believe EMS finally made it up there, and they were down farther now towards the main road, St. Andrews or St. Anthony, I'm not sure. EMS had now moved down to that location. I could no longer hear the people that were tending to Sergeant Mattingly with me.
Do you know how he got to the ambulance?
I have no idea.
Okay. So you started calling somebody out of the apartment.
Correct.
Why did you do that?
Well, now that I had sufficient officers there, I felt it was an appropriate time to call that person out.
And you knew that somebody was still in there.
I did.
Okay, and what happened when how did you start calling the person out?
I believe I said person inside apartment 4, come out with your hands up.
And what happened?
Moments later, a subject later known to me as Kenneth Walker emerged from apartment 4.
And how did he emerge?
I believe he had his hands up or his hands down to his side like this, and I know he had a cell phone in one of his hands. I don't recall which hand.
What did you do?
I had him immediately turn around and do what we would do in like a felony traffic stop, which is call the person out of the car and usually have them have their hands up. We'll have them turn around. That way we can see as best as we can, depending on clothing, around their midsection and see if they have any firearms or weapons.
And when Mr. Walker came out, you had him turn around. Did he comply with that?
He did.
And was he walking backwards?
He was, but then he would stop to say he didn't understand, or I don't remember the exact exchange, but he wasn't following directions. And he would I would say keep walking back, and he would say move to the side or take a couple of side steps. I don't remember which, but it wasn't exactly what I was saying to do.
Did he eventually comply with you and come out?
He did.
Did you call him all the way out, or did somebody else intervene?
I called him out, I believe, almost to the sidewalk area, and then maybe he wasn't to the sidewalk area yet, but I remember Detective Nemo. Now, that is also a canine officer, but that is a patrol canine. So he has a canine which is trained to do the other opposite of what I was explaining to you guys earlier. He's actually in the canine. He has a uniform on, and he has a large dog.
So he took over calling Mr. Walker?
He did. It seemed that Mr. Walker wasn't very responsive, and then when the dog got there and the dog was lunging and barking, it seemed to have gotten Mr. Walker's attention, and then he complied with Detective Nemo right away.
Were you still there?
I was.
Did you have a conversation with Mr. Walker?
Well, not yet, but after we got Mr. Walker down to his knees and on the ground, then I applied handcuffs, and that's when the conversation ensued.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
Mr. Walker asked what this was all about, and I would refer specific conversation or specific wording to the body cam, because there was a patrol officer, and I think Officer Nemo with K9 had a body camera on also, so that conversation was recorded. But it was to the effect that he wanted to know what was going on. I said, "You shot the police." And he said, "I did not shoot the police." And I said, "Well, who did?" And he said, "My girlfriend." And he said, "She shot you with her 9. And I said, "Well, where is she at?" Because I had no idea there was another person inside at all. and he said she's dead inside.
And what did you do then?
That kind of shook me because, there was only supposed to be one person in that apartment, and now there was allegedly a girl dead inside, and that wasn't why we were there. We were there to get documents and/or items that related to a boyfriend that was drug trafficking, and that happened to visit that location. And now, I didn't know, it wasn't confirmed yet, so I wasn't sure what Mr. Walker said was true. But the SWAT team arrived seconds after that had happened, or seconds after we had got him in handcuffs, and that the patrol officer took Mr. Walker to a car. I couldn't confirm that, and I wasn't in a position to go in and confirm or get medical treatment because the SWAT team had arrived, or a couple of them had arrived, and at that point, that's when tactically they will take over a situation like that until everything is secured. So, in my mind, I was under the impression that we came into a scene where there had been something happened previously, and he said she's dead. I thought immediately it's because he had killed his girlfriend or there was a domestic. I didn't know what. A bunch of thoughts went through my head on why this female was dead inside, and that it was imperative, that we get in there to confirm that or get her medical attention.
Did you eventually go up to the door?
I did.
That was after SWAT was there?
Correct.
And what would you do there?
SWAT had cleared. I watched from the parking lot. SWAT had cleared the apartment, and I don't know a lot of the SWAT guys' names, but and they have helmets on and glasses and all kinds of stuff. So I couldn't identify who I talked to. I would have to refer to the body cam that was played previously. But one of the SWAT guys was exiting as I approached the door, and I was concerned, one, that there was somebody down inside, and I believe he confirmed, or I could visually see what I would learn to be Miss Taylor in the hallway of the apartment complex, or I'm sorry, not the apartment complex, of the hallway of the apartment, and that confirmed what Mr. Walker said.
And did you also ask about a gun?
I did. I asked if they saw a long gun. Long guns or AR-15s, rifles, are extremely hard to. I would say it would be visible as SWAT would clear it, and I asked them if they had seen this long gun or AR-15. I don't remember the way I worded it, and the reason so is that I still was unaware of where that gun or person was, because I thought, like I alluded to earlier, this person may have fled out a back door or a back window of the apartment. And I believe somewhere in there was some radio transmission that came over and said they had a subject exiting in red shorts. And I think they said a male in red shorts. I don't remember the race given, but it was a male in red shorts came over. It was either the TAC channel or the primary channel, and they observed him, which I did not know until we watched the body cam video of Officer Renaud, I think, was the one that challenged Mr. Etherington at that back or that patio window of apartment 3.
When did you first learn that apartment 3 existed?
I believe it was in your office.
My office. When did you first hear of Cody Etherton or Chelsea Napper?
I don't remember the first place I heard those names.
Did you learn that your bullets went into their apartment?
I did.
And what did you think about that?
I was pretty shook because I found out later that Miss Napper testified they had a small child in there, and I felt horrible.
But you didn't know that of their existence? Did you ever see Cody Etherton that
I never
night?
met any of them at any point.
Did you ever see Cody Etherton come out of the apartment door and into the vestibule?
No, sir.
After you went up and looked in apartment 4, what did you do at that point?
Went back to the parking lot and kind of over near my vehicle, which was near the dumpster.
Okay, we've heard testimony that you should have been assigned or peer support or escort officer. Did that happen?
That did not.
And do you know why?
I don't, because I was never aware of such a policy existed.
We heard testimony that as SWAT was approaching, one of the officers indicated that he saw you on the sidewalk pointing to your chest and pointing to the sliding glass window. Did you do that?
I believe I did.
And why would you have done that?
It appeared to me that, and I hadn't spoke with SWAT as far as what went on prior, other than putting out the call for service on the radio and texting those pictures of Sergeant Van with the SWAT team. But it appeared they were trying to assess maybe what had happened. That's not their role, but I think they were kind of just in the parking lot, and I was letting Officer Kitchen and I used to work together a long time ago back in the 6th Division in Newburgh, and I was familiar with him. I wasn't familiar with a lot of the other guys on the SWAT team, but I was familiar with him specifically, and I wanted to let him know that I was the one. Those were my rounds that went through the sliding glass door, because we were kind of standing out in the parking lot, but on the sidewalk in front of that.
And why would it be important for them to know that those were your rounds that went through the window?
I guess so. I was responsible for those rounds. It appeared to me they were trying to maybe piece it together or understand what had happened.
Were you concerned that they might think the rounds came from the other direction?
I think that would be a concern prior to them clearing the apartment. Yes.
They'd already cleared the apartment?
Correct.
Okay. So what'd you do after, how long did you remain in the parking lot? I assume by that time it was full of police cars and detectives and all kinds of people, correct?
Yeah, investigators and PIU. I think I stayed there long enough for PIU. I think I saw a couple people from PIU, and I couldn't quote. I don't know a lot of people in PIU's names. I know their faces, but I don't know their names. And usually they're the people in suits that show up. And I recognized a couple of PIU personnel arriving on scene.
And did anybody speak with you?
No.
Were you speaking to anybody?
No, I was down away from the scene, like I said, towards my vehicle near the dumpster.
And what did you do next?
I then proceeded to the hospital.
Are you aware that there's allegedly a protocol that you go straight to PIU if you're involved in a shooting?
I've never heard of that protocol.
And you've never been involved in a shooting before?
I have not.
Okay, why did you go to the hospital?
I needed to check on John.
Did you in fact check on John?
I did. I proceeded to U of L Hospital, and I went back immediately to the triage area, the ER triage area, and I believe I asked one of the nurses where Sergeant Mattingly was in a room all the way back corner farthest away from the entrance, so I couldn't see any people. I did recognize immediately Chief Conrad, who was in uniform.
Okay, did you speak with Jon Mattingly?
I did.
And how did you communicate with him?
I went in. I kind of pulled the curtain on his bed, and went in and checked on him.
And what was his condition at that point?
He seemed to be. He was talking. Excuse me. He was not alert. I don't know if he was under. Excuse me. I don't know if he was medicated at that time or if it was just he was out of it from shock of the whole situation.
Okay, did you have a conversation with Chief Conrad?
I did. After I hugged John, I told him I was glad he was okay. I exited the curtain area, John's bed area, temporary bed area, and then proceeded over to Chief Conrad.
And why did you proceed to Chief Conrad?
As an officer and the chief's there, you want to acknowledge the chief, obviously. Chief shook my hand, and he said, "I'm glad you guys are okay. It looks like John's going to make it, and I'm glad you guys are okay."
You recall his testimony that you were visibly shaking?
I do.
And were you?
I don't recall shaking at that time, but I don't think that would be. I was very shaken, so I wouldn't say that was a impossible thing to happen. I don't recall physically shaking, no.
After you left the hospital, what did you do?
I proceeded directly to the PIU office.
What occurred at the PIU office?
Counsel, would you approach for a moment, please?
Okay, Brett, what did you do at the PIU office?
There was nobody, or there was a different personnel arriving at the PIU office. I believe the CSU or the crime scene unit responds, and I think they're the ones responsible for taking pictures and all that type of thing. And then different investigators from PIU showed up in the meantime.
And did you make any statements that night, or were you requested to make any statements?
I was not. I turned over my firearm and my magazines and the still stand-up pictures, which I think we've all seen that are in the record. Those pictures were taken at the PIU office.
Okay. And then approximately 12 days or so later, you were requested to come in and make a statement, is that right?
That's correct.
And you did that?
I did.
And is that the statement we watched on the screen the other day?
That's correct.
And did you tell the entire truth in that?
I did.
Is there anything, Brett, that you feel like you did wrong on March 13th at 3003 Springfield Drive?
Absolutely not.
Why did you do what you did?
To protect myself, and more importantly, and first, primary function at that time, when I returned fire, was to protect the fellow detectives that were stuck in that breezeway.
And did you later learn that, you obviously at some point learned that your bullets had gone into an apartment behind Breonna Taylor's apartment?
Correct.
What were your feelings about this entire incident?
Tragedy. It's something that didn't have to happen. And my opinion is that certain actions by...
Sustained.
Okay. Is there anything else, Brett, that I haven't asked you that you think it's important for this jury to hear?
Yes. I saw Ms. Napper, Mr. Etherington up here for the first time, and I felt sincere empathy for them. That was something, if my daughter was shot at or bullets came into our house, that would be very concerning, and I apologize to her for that. And Miss Taylor's family, it was just, she didn't need to die that night.
Objection.
Approach, please.
Judge, I have no further questions of Detective Hankison.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this will be a good time for us to go ahead and take our lunch break. So it's 12 o'clock. Let's recess until 1:15. Please remember the separation admonition. Deputy Sheriff Anthony will escort you out, and then I will see you back to resume the trial at 1:15.
All rise for the party to the Oh, yes, brothers.
Ladies and gentlemen, anything to report from the break? All right. Ms. Whaley, cross-examination?
As we've heard, you testify, you've been a police officer, you were a police officer for approximately 20 years,
Yes, ma'am.
went to the training academy at Lexington Metro.
Yes, ma'am.
In how many weeks was that training?
My best guess, it was right around 32 weeks.
Worked at Lexington, what, approximately 3 years, I think you stated?
Yes, ma'am, a little less than that.
Came to Louisville and you attended the academy again in Louisville?
I attended the lateral Jefferson County Police Academy.
In how many weeks was that?
Somewhere right around 6 weeks.
And you stated, I believe, that over the 20 years, you've served thousands of search warrants.
I did not say that.
How many would you say?
I'd say somewhere in the range, over 700, less than 1,000.
Between 700 and 1,000 search warrants, you've been a part of the search warrant team.
Yes, ma'am.
And all different types of locations.
Yes, ma'am.
And many of those search warrants that you served or were part of a team previously, you were not the canine officer, were you?
That's correct. A majority of those were not with K9.
Were not as a canine officer?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, among the list of trainings that you have attended in your career, which we heard testimony from Major Grissom about, was, and this is in Exhibit 145, which is the transcript from Kentucky Law Enforcement Council. You did attend in 2011 the Police Training Officers course, didn't you?
Ma'am, I do not recall.
What is the Police Training Officers course?
Are you referring to the FTO class? The FTO instructor class?
Yes, Police Training Officers Program, March 25th of 2011.
I've never heard described like as that, but I believe what you're referring to is the field training officer, which used to be called a FTO. It was changed at some time, and I don't recall when. But that sounds about the time it was changed from the abbreviation FTO, field training officer, to PTO, which is a probationary training officer.
And what's the purpose of that course?
The probationary training officer class, I believe, was a 40-hour class, and in that we we're trained on how we would go about training new recruits that are coming fresh out of the academy.
Right, so you are trained as an experienced officer. You are trained to then participate in trainings with new recruits.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you did that in 2011, and following that training, then you did participate in the trainings of new recruits.
Yes, but if I can expand on that.
You did participate in trainings of new recruits?
Yes, but not in the traditional sense as the I guess the class would say there.
Explain what you say by the class. Oh, you as a part of the training officer class participated in the training of new recruits
Yes.
over a number of years.
Yes and no. With the PTO program, once you complete the course, you're then a certified probationary training officer, and you will be assigned recruits coming out of the academy. that will be their first phase. They have numerous phases, but one of the first phases they are coming out of the academy is they're assigned to a PTO at that time, which used to be called an FTO. Because of my position in the Flex Platoon in the 6th Division in Newburgh, because of my position at that time, even though I went to the class and completed the PTO phase, or I'm sorry, the PTO program, I was not assigned recruits. Recruits are not assigned out of the academy, fresh out of the academy. They aren't assigned to a narcotics or a street level plainclothes platoon for a multitude of reasons, but they are sent to a patrol division and they ride with a uniformed officer because they are also in uniform in a marked car, and they learn their training program through that PTO, and then they will transfer as it goes to different stages of that program with other officers in different parts of the county.
Now, thank you.
Sure.
I am going to show you what is marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 160, Commonwealth Exhibit 161, and Commonwealth Exhibit 162. These are memorandum. Each one is a memorandum from Chief Conrad, which is a letter of commendation. Actually, it's from Sergeant Jeremy Coleman to Chief Conrad, listing all the PTOs that participated in the recruit training. Commonwealth Exhibit 160, 161, 162. Looking at Exhibit 160.
Yes, ma'am.
See and it's a memorandum regarding letter of commendation and a list of PTOs or police training officers, and is your name included in that list
Yes, ma'am.
on the bottom right column?
It is.
Would you read that letter or memorandum, please?
Sure. To Chief Stephen Conrad, Lmpd, from Sergeant Jeremy Coleman, 3rd Division, Training Division, Special Projects Unit, dated March 7th, 2018, reference to a letter of commendation. Would you like me to read all the names?
No, you don't have to read. You are one of the PTO officers listed there.
Correct.
And what does the body of the memorandum state?
On today's date, the 7th of March, 2018, the police training officers, PTO, listed above, volunteered to assist with the Metro Academy Class 40 practicals during the hours of 0830 to 1600 hours. These officers provided the role of the PTO to the recruits of MAC 40. MAC is the abbreviation for Metro Academy Class 40. During the course of the day, the PTO and their recruits responded to a variety of scenarios based on runs ranging from a report run to where the use of force was required. Their coaching and evaluation provided the recruits additional opportunities to learn the scenario and the PTO's knowledge and experiences. The PTOs were vital to the recruits' learning during this time period. The dedication and enthusiasm these officers displayed by volunteering their time to provide their expertise and guidance to the recruits during their final practicals before graduation is outstanding.
So that is a commendation for the group of PTOs, including you, that during the course of the day, you as a PTO and the recruits responded to a variety of scenario-based runs from a report run to a run where the use of force was required. So you did participate as a training officer in that exercise,
Yes, ma'am.
training the new recruits how to respond in one scenario where the use of force was required.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, moving on, and move to Exhibit 160.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
All right, it'll be so admitted.
Now, moving on to Exhibit 161. And what is the date on that memorandum?
August the 2nd of 2018.
Again, it is a memorandum from Sergeant Jeremy Coleman of the Training Division to Chief Conrad. And are you one of the PTOs listed that the letter of commendation is addressed to?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you read the body of this memorandum?
Certainly. On Tuesday, July 31st, 2018, the police training officers listed above volunteered to assist Metro Academy Class 41 practicals. These practicals were different from previous dates as the recruits experienced the challenges that the 12-hour shift represents: run volume, length of shift, and the stresses of the runs themselves to officers. Throughout the course of the day, the PTOs and the recruits responded to a variety of scenario-based runs, ranging from report runs to runs where the use of force was required. The coaching and evaluation that the PTO provided the recruits during and after the scenarios and while in their downtime created additional opportunities to learn from the PTO's knowledge and experience. PTOs, such as these exceptional officers, are a vital key to the success of recruit practicals. The dedication and enthusiasm these officers displayed by volunteering their time to provide their expertise and guidance as PTOs to the recruits of MAC 41 during their final practicals before graduation is outstanding.
So once again, this recruit training occurring in July of 2018, you were one of the training officers who worked with recruits in scenarios, one of which was a scenario where the use of force was required.
On that one, I'm not sure. I know the first one, it mentions a use of force requirement.
The first paragraph, would you read the last sentence?
Sure. To runs where the use of force, yes, ma'am. That's the same as the same
So
explanation
in
first.
this second recruit class in July of 18, you participated in training with recruits in scenarios where the use of force was required.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit Exhibit 161.
No objection?
It'll be so admitted.
Now would you look at the next memorandum, which has been marked Exhibit 162. And again, is that a memorandum from Sergeant Coleman of the Training Division to Chief Conrad?
Yes, ma'am.
And what's the date on this memorandum?
December 14th, 2018.
And you are one of the PTOs that this memorandum is addressed to.
Yes, ma'am.
And what does this one state?
On December 10th and 11th, 2018, the recruits of Metro Academy in Class 42 entered their last practical exercises before graduation. These practicals attempt to encompass the basic skills, abilities, and knowledge the members of MAC 42 have learned through their time within the Basic Police Academy into real-world scenarios ranging from report runs, to runs where the use of force was required. The police officers listed above undertook the challenge of coaching/training and the assessment of MAC 42 recruits throughout the practicals. During their downtime and during the end of the day debriefing sessions, the leadership, teaching, and mentoring skills of these officers conveyed during that time was a vital key in helping create additional opportunities for the recruits to learn.
So this third memorandum dated December 2018 was once again a commendation for participating as a training officer with a class of recruits, training, among other things, how to respond in a situation where the use of force is required.
Yes, ma'am.
Move to admit Exhibit 162.
No objection?
It'll be so admitted.
And you stated actually, Officer Gelhausen explained yesterday, qualification with the firearm is required twice a year,
Yes, ma'am.
and you have qualified twice a year during the last 20 years, or during the 20 years that you were a police officer.
I'm not sure what the scheduling was on the qualifications in Lexington, but as my time here in Louisville, that I believe it was twice a year. Yes, ma'am.
And that involves, as we heard, scenarios, various stages, as we went through with Officer Gelhausen, in the use of the duty weapon and the firing under time constraints at what he referred to as the LMP target blue, LMPD blue. And what is the LMPD blue at the firing range?
If I'm not mistaken, I don't have anything to reference, but I believe it is a blue colored target, and it is a silhouette of a human, I believe.
Well, sir, you have participated in the training out at the Louisville Metro Police Firearms for approximately 17 years. And I think my question is, what is the LMPD blue target?
The best of my knowledge is what I just described, but we have different targets for different qualifications. So, and they have different, not exhibit, but different target numbers, and they're called different things. So there's literally a table from here to the jury box full of these paper targets with different scenarios on them. Let me rephrase, with different targets on them. Some can be a person, some can be a silhouette, some can be a Coke bottle, some can be little, as I was shown yesterday into the record, the little small circles that are all over a target. And I don't know, Ms. Whaley, what exactly each target looks like. Just by their name, I would have to see it.
Well, Officer Gelhausen explained that in the morning qualification with the duty weapon, it is, in fact, the blue silhouette of an adult person, life-size adult blue silhouette. Do you recall that?
I recall his testimony, and I have no reason to dispute that.
But I'm asking you, aside from Officer Gelhausen's testimony, is that how you recall the target at the firing range when you qualify with the duty weapon in the morning of the fall qualification?
I do not recall that specific target, no ma'am.
Now, you stated that I believe you testified that you had not been involved in a critical incident
I don't believe.
until this situation on March 13th, 2020.
I don't believe that's what I said.
Had you been involved in a critical incident then, prior to March 13, 2020?
I think the question asked was whether or not I was involved in a shooting before, and I said no, I had not discharged my firearm. Critical incidents, can you be more specific?
Have you been involved previously with an incident involving a barricaded subject with a gun?
Yes, but I don't recall. I'm sure I have, and I don't have any reason not to believe, but I believe that's happened more than once.
Okay, handing you another memorandum that has been marked Commonwealth Exhibit 163. If you would, look at that memorandum. And who is the author, well, who's the memorandum written to?
It's written to me.
And at the time, what division were you a part of? It's underneath your name.
Sorry. Charlie District.
And who is the memorandum from?
Colonel Robert White.
And this is regarding letter of appreciation? That
Yes,
would-
yes, ma'am.
And go ahead and read the content of this memorandum.
Yes, ma'am. Recently, I received a letter commending you for your professionalism and outstanding performance in your assistance in an incident occurring at 7919 Ivory Court. I understand the subject of this location had barricaded himself in the house with several weapons and ammunition. In a timely fashion, you were able to set up an inner perimeter and make contact with the subject, as well as gather other critical information from the subject's family. Teamwork and patience from all units involved in this incident allowed for the situation to be resolved with the subject surrendering. I appreciate your willingness to put forth extra effort in doing your job. You have helped showcase the professionalism and dedication of the Louisville Metro Police Department.
So in this situation, the subject was barricaded in the house with several weapons and ammunition. and you made contact with the subject, and the situation was resolved.
That's what the letter says, yes, ma'am.
That's what the letter says. Do you recall this incident?
I do not.
You do not. Okay, move to admit Exhibit 163.
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
Now, you stated that I believe you said approximately 5 years, you were a member of the Merit Board with Louisville Metro Police.
Yes, approximately, and can I expand on that?
The question is, were you a member of the Merit Board for approximately 5 years?
Combined, yes, approximately 5 years.
And the Merit Board hears cases involving officers that have violated a regulation or a rule or have been disciplined in some way. Does the Merit Board hear those cases?
The Merit Board hears appeals made by the officer after they are disciplined and or terminated.
So through all those years of being a member of the Merit Board, is it your testimony that you had no knowledge or did not know the regulations of public integrity, the protocols of the Public Integrity Unit?
No, none of our cases, to my recollection, involved the PIU unit as in a shooting investigatory way. None of our Merit Board cases were for that. Most of the time they were for smaller things, for, I don't want to say, but just smaller policy violations.
Now, let's move on to the search warrant that I believe you stated you volunteered to be a member of the team on March 12th.
What I said was I volunteered via email back to Sergeant Meany of PBI stating that I was available when requested for manpower.
And how many officers were on the team that served the warrant?
On Springfield Drive? I believe 7 total.
Now, I believe you stated that they were all from different units, that they had not worked together. Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am. We were all part of CID, but we are assigned to different platoons within CID. I don't believe any of us worked for the same platoon or under the same supervisor.
And you what's marked Commonwealth Exhibit 164.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that an organizational chart of the CID? Criminal Interdiction Division?
That's what it appears so, yes, ma'am.
And the date on this org chart is February 2020.
That's the date at the top,
Correct.
yes, ma'am.
Now, which unit are you in listed on here?
It's Complaint Response Squad number 1, which is commonly referred to as CRU 1.
And where is Detective Campbell? I believe you'll see his name is circled there. Which unit is he in?
Place-based investigations, also known as PBI.
So that is a separate unit from the unit you were in. Now, where is Sergeant Mattingly, Detective Nobles, and Detective Tony James?
Those three, Sergeant and both detectives, are listed under the interdiction squad. However, Tony James falls under that, but he is assigned to the Jefferson County Sheriff's joint interdiction unit. So while he technically has a sergeant, he doesn't report to Sergeant Mattingly when a daily basis. He's in a uniform, and he's not with us normally. He's on the interstate doing interdiction work. But he falls under LMPD Sergeant Mattingly.
So the interdiction squad includes Sergeant Mattingly, Detective Nobles, and Detective Tony James in the same unit.
Yes.
And you stated that you, even though not in the same unit with Mattingly, you did know Mattingly. You were a friend of Mattingly's.
Correct.
Now, where is Detective Cosgrove?
He's under the Street Squad number 1, which would be also referred to as VCS 1.
So, as we see, move to admit Exhibit 164.
No objection.
It'll be so admitted.
So, as we see on this org chart, not the officers that served the warrant that night were not all in different units, were they?
Well, as it looks on this sheet, no, but like I expanded on, Tony James is not assigned, or he falls under the interdiction squad, but he's not with that unit on a regular basis. Detective Stone and Detective Nobles, which is beside 1341 and 1342, those are our parcel interdiction units. So they're assigned separately out to the airport or other areas of town where parcels are received or shipped from, but they will answer to Sergeant Mattingly.
So you attended the briefing at the CID office that day, March 12th. You saw the whiteboard. And then you came to the meeting at the church parking lot later that evening.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I want us to look at Exhibit 71, which has already been admitted. Laser pointer, may I approach?
You may.
Laser pointer.
Yes, ma'am.
If you would address the screen behind you or the screen to your right here, and show us, you stated that you were driving your own vehicle
My police issued vehicle, yes, ma'am.
with your canine, with your dog in the vehicle.
Correct.
So you drove by yourself. How did you come into the complex? Show the route, please, that you took in.
Sure. You can't see it because it's off the display here, but, like I've said twice, I forget the name of this road. This is St. Andrew's Church or St. Anthony Church that comes up here. And then we passed the location and came up and around, and there's a top of the hill here. And then we kind of serpentine down through this parking lot in this fashion.
And where did you park your vehicle?
Somewhere, there's a dumpster here, and I parked somewhere right in this area. But I pulled straight in.
So you came down past those buildings that are right across from 3003.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, point out where that is on the photo.
Point out where what is, ma'am.
The route you came in before you parked.
Sure.
Okay. Now, you had served a warrant in that area previously, hadn't you?
Not near that, I'm sorry, not in that complex, but I believe upon coming up St. Andrew's Church or St. Anthony Church, the one that's the main road out here. Like I said, I've never worked in the 3rd Division or the South End, but we're down there every once in a while, so I'm not familiar with the streets. However, this main road, I noticed a side street up here, and I forget, the name escapes me, prior to Springfield, that I did recognize as a place that we had done a search warrant when I was in the major case unit years prior, and I just recognized that from seeing the sign, and I knew it was at the end of the dead end of the road on the left. That's all that I can remember.
But you recognized the area, you had been in that area.
No, I was very unfamiliar with the area. I recognized that street when we passed it.
You had been to that street previously serving a search warrant?
The street down here, yes, ma'am.
Had the other vehicles arrived prior to you, or did they arrive after you arrived and parked by the dumpster?
When we left the church, we kind of, looks like we always do, when we have a rally point, we just kind of caravan we try to condense, it's easier said than done, but to condense down to as few cars as possible. And the reason that we do that is when you're driving up to a target location in the middle of the night and somebody looks out their window and sees 7 cars following each other down the street, I think that's a little suspicious and might kind of blow our cover, so to speak. So we try to condense down to as few cars as possible. I'm not sure how many cars we condense down into. I never condense down into another car because I have my dog in the kennel in the back, so I never leave my dog if I can help it. Sometimes another officer or detective might jump in with me in my front seat, and they might ride with me to the location, leaving a certain amount of cars there at that rally point, and then we retrieve those cars later, which is what happened in this case.
My question was, did you arrive before the other vehicles, or did they arrive after you?
I was maybe second to the last in line of that caravan after it left the church.
And you exited your vehicle and walked down the parking lot or the sidewalk toward 3003?
I exited here, and at some point I made it up the way to the sidewalk, which was up in this area right in through here, between this entrance and this entrance.
Now, this building, point out where the entrance is to 3003, please.
It has 2 entrances, ma'am, to my knowledge. I thought this was an entrance and this was an entrance, but I could be wrong.
In fact, the top, the first entrance that you would come to from where you parked, that's not 3003 Springfield, is it?
It says 3003 on top of the building, ma'am. I thought the whole thing was 3003. I'm sorry. I don't know what that address is then. If that's not 3003, close to where I parked my vehicle there, then I wouldn't know
And then,
this address.
so that, you walked past that first set of doorways. You want to point out that first set? So you walked past those, which also you saw one patio on the right, one patio on the left, one at the top right, and one at the top left. In that first entrance, before you got to 3000, apartment 4. You want to point out that first set of patios and balconies that you walked past? Then you kept on walking, and where's the entrance to apartment 4?
Going by this satellite map, the number 4 looks like it's on the left side of this building.
So that's where the group gathered to make entrance. That's where the group of 7 gathered to make entrance into apartment 4.
We actually didn't gather right in front of there. That tactically wouldn't be a great idea. We gathered, came together in a single file type line between these entrances here. Like I said, some of the detectives were parked in the middle of the lot, just out in the middle of the lot, and left their cars there. Some had pulled into parking places. I don't know where everybody came from or any idea where anybody even parked. All I know is the group had already begun to accumulate here, and I fell in behind because I was, like I said, I was the second to last or the last vehicle coming into the complex in the caravan, and I jumped in right here as they were already walking up towards the apartment.
If we could have Exhibit 19 displayed, please. Directing your attention to what's been admitted as Exhibit 19. This is the entrance to the breezeway, is it not?
That's what it appears.
And we see the last 3 numbers there, 003. Now, what position did you take as you walked from the sidewalk up to this breezeway? Point out what position you were in.
It would have been over here is where the sidewalk where I just mentioned, and we came up from this direction.
And again, I want you to focus on where you were at this point. So where were you standing, and at what position did you take?
At that point, when I approached, I believe I was maybe second to the last, or second or third to the last in line of the as the stack approached through here.
Well, where were you standing?
When we first walked up, I was right here.
And who was behind you? Anyone?
The best of my recollection is Detective Campbell was still behind me. I believe everybody else was in front of me at that time.
Positioned how? Where was Lieutenant Hoover?
That I don't know, ma'am, because everybody was crammed in this area right here. So I can't tell you exactly where Detective Hoover was, but he had, when he walked up, I believe he was in front of me in the line, or in the stack. So Mattingly, Cosgrove, Detective James, his shield, and I believe, I think that's it, were already standing in this area right here.
So everybody was standing there just standing together, standing next to each other, right there in that vestibule?
Yes and no. The reason being, usually we'll come in a more tactical sense, I guess, because we'll have a person on each side of the door.
I didn't ask you what you would do. I asked you what did happen,
Yes, ma'am. Everybody was bunched together right here.
except you and Campbell.
Well, I was here, like I said, and that's which allowed me access, or allowed me to see up the top of this stairway.
And where was Campbell?
The best of my recollection, ma'am, he was somewhere in here. I believe I heard him behind me, but he was not involved in any verbal exchange with anyone.
Okay, well, I didn't ask you about a verbal exchange. I just asked you when everyone walked up, what positions did they take? And you just explained that you were back at the end of the steps, or maybe a little bit in front of the last step, or the first step, and everybody else was bunched up in the vestibule except Campbell.
To the best of my
Correct.
recollection, yes, ma'am.
Now, how did the process begin of trying to execute the search warrant at that point?
Sergeant Mattingly was the first to knock on the door. And
Could you see from where you were back at the end of the steps here? So we have you and Campbell back there, and so 5 other men are bunched together in the vestibule. Could you see Mattingly?
I didn't concentrate necessarily on seeing Mattingly. I could hear him knocking and announcing from right here, but I think he was blocked by maybe another officer or another detective, and I don't know who that was. I didn't feel like I had a free view in to see where he was at, because I know Detective Nobles was there with the ram, and that kind of takes up a whole extra body carrying the ram around.
You heard Sergeant Mattingly begin to knock?
Yes, ma'am. And then I could
Did
visually.
you see Sergeant Mattingly knocking from where you were at the end of the steps?
Yes, ma'am.
You could see him, in spite of there being 5 men in the vestibule, you could see Sergeant Mattingly knocking.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say anything when he started knocking?
He made announcements as he was knocking.
Announcements of what?
Police search warrant.
Then what happened?
He continued knocking and continued announcing, and others, and I don't know who, joined in with the announcement.
Where was Detective Nobles when Sergeant Mattingly was knocking on the door?
To the best of my recollection, I'm pointing it on the steps, but actually he was to the right of apartment 4, between the steps and Sergeant Mattingly, or just to the right of that door there.
between this, just to the right of the door and not in front of the door? Not next to the door or not back, not in relation to the threshold, where was Detective Nobles?
Just to the right of the threshold. And if you're talking about the threshold of number 4, he was to the right of that.
And where was Detective Cosgrove?
I don't recall in the vestibule Cosgrove's exact location.
Where was Detective James?
They were all in front of me, positioned in front of me at that time.
Well, position in front of you, and you were still back at the end of the steps?
I was still in the same spot. I haven't moved yet, or you haven't told me where we're going. Or let me rephrase. The last place you asked me about was here, and I haven't moved since that location during our conversation.
And you have indicated that while you were still there, Detective Nobles was to the side of the threshold, and Sergeant Mattingly was knocking on the door. So they have now moved out of the bunched up group that you first said they were arranged in when coming
ma'am.
up.
Everybody's still bunched up here. There's just nowhere else to go because it's such a small area.
Did you see Detective James while Sergeant Mattingly was knocking?
Don't think I could give you his exact location. I knew he was in front of me in the vestibule.
So everybody was in front of you in the vestibule.
With the exception of Detective Campbell.
Campbell,
Yes, ma'am.
you don't know where Detective James was.
No, but I took notice that he had a shield now, or a bunker, which I think I actually first took notice of that when we were walking up on the sidewalk, which was super uncommon. I've never been trained to make entry with a bunker. That's usually something that's done with SRT, our Special Response Team, or a SWAT team.
Or I didn't ask you about whether you were trained with a bunker. So you said everybody at first was gathered in a bunch in the vestibule. Now you have established that Sergeant Mattingly was at the door knocking. Detective Nobles was to the right of the threshold with the ram. Now I asked you, where was Detective Cosgrove? You said you didn't know. I have now asked you, where was Detective James?
In front of me, between myself and these two doors somewhere.
But you don't know where.
No, ma'am.
And where was Lieutenant Hoover?
Lieutenant Hoover was also up there between me and the doors, and I can't give you his exact location.
Did you see Detective Hoover?
Lieutenant Hoover, I don't
I'm
remember.
sorry, Lieutenant Hoover. Did you see him?
I don't recall. I mean, I knew he was there, but I don't remember seeing him for any reason.
Now, continue on explaining the chronology. While Sergeant Mattingly was knocking and saying police search warrant, then what happened?
Sergeant Mattingly knocked, announced police search warrant repeatedly. Other officers, and I don't know who, also you could hear them verbalize police search warrant or Metro Police search warrant. And after some time of banging on the door and knocking, Mr., who I know to be Mr. Sarpay now, exited this apartment here, which now I know to be apartment 8.
Where were you at that time?
I could hear the door open, I could hear him speak to us, and I was still here, now looking up, and engaged him in conversation.
And how did you engage Mr. Sarpay?
Mr. Sarpay seemed very irritated or agitated that we were there, and that he wanted us, he made it clear that he wasn't happy with us being there, and he came out aggressive and like yelling, and I said, police, search warrant, and he argued some more. He didn't follow orders. I told him to go back in his apartment. I didn't want him out or anybody out in the hallway while we were attempting to execute this warrant. I tried to get him back inside. He was very argumentative, and then eventually did go back inside.
How long were you engaging with Mr. Sarpay?
A matter of, I would say, around 10 seconds, maybe a little longer.
Well, didn't Sergeant Mattingly address you in the process of you arguing with Sarpe? Didn't Sergeant Mattingly tell you to cease doing that?
He did. He said leave it or forget about it.
He said
one or the
leave him
other.
alone?
Leave it or forget about it. Like,
So
ignore it.
Sergeant Mattingly took his attention off of the knocking and announcing and addressed you in this situation with Mr. Sarpe.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Sarpe went back into the apartment upstairs.
He did. He closed the door, and then I thought he was gone, and then he immediately opened the door back up and said something else, and I don't recall what that was, and like he was getting his last couple words in, and then he closed the door, and that was the last interaction I had with him at that time.
Go ahead with the chronology. After Mr. Sarpe went back in the apartment upstairs, what happened?
The knocking and announcing resumed. Sergeant Mattingly had stopped for a brief time I think we're all kind of distracted by Sarpe, and which wasn't common. It was usually if somebody comes out, they see the police, or we say police, they immediately go back in. And so it was a distraction for sure. But after that, Sarpe closed the door the final time. That, like I said, that was the last I saw of him. The knocking and announcing then continued by Sergeant Mattingly on the door.
Where were you at that time?
I had moved up a little bit. Now there's no threat up here, anybody to challenge to get back in their apartment. And Sergeant Mattingly had taken his advice and disengaged conversation. And then I moved up a little bit from where I was at. So just probably not a couple feet.
And why did you move up?
Well, a couple reasons. Detective Nobles, it was about that time I felt, and it's usually a supervisor or commanding officer's decision when the door should be breached, and that usually we do not have a lieutenant with us. So in my mind, it was the sergeant was waiting on the lieutenant to make the call. Usually it's just a sergeant and detectives there, 98% of the time. But Lieutenant Hoover was on this search warrant with us for whatever reason. And so I think by Sergeant Mattingly continuously knocking, somebody was waiting for a commanding officer's decision to make that call for the door to be breached, or there had been enough time had passed that the door needed to be breached at that point.
And you were still, you said you moved up a little bit, but you were still the last one except Campbell.
Yes, ma'am. I had moved up into the kind of this bunch is the best word I can use to describe it. But now I was closer to Detective Nobles, who was in this area, like I said before, to the right of the door.
And still everybody's up there. Hoover, Cosgrove, James, Nobles, Mattingly, and now you have stepped up a few steps.
Yes, ma'am. They are more in this area. They're more behind Sergeant Mattingly, but still all of us are bunched up in this.
Bunched up.
Yes, ma'am.
And you indicated someone, either Lieutenant Hoover gave the directive to go ahead and breach because there had been no response to the knocking and announcing. Is that why the decision was made to breach the door?
That's my understanding, ma'am, yes.
What happened as the door? Explain how the door was breached.
Sure. Once Lieutenant Hoover, I believe, gave the order to breach the door, Sergeant Mattingly either moved back or to his left a little bit out of the way. Obviously, you cannot be in the way of the ram. Detective Nobles began working on the door, and he then, the best way for me to describe it is that he stood in a position to his left. So as I'm looking at the door would be here, and began hitting the door with the ram.
We have Exhibit 5. This is Exhibit 5 that's been admitted. Address, if you would, Exhibit 5 with the pointer and explain where Detective Nobles was standing when he began to breach the door?
Sure. He was in this area. He was in this area, and then he moved up to do to work on the door here. So, in this, I think the battery's dead on this. It keeps going off, but he's hitting it from left to right, standing facing. He would be Detective Nobles would be facing apartment 3 at this point.
Permission to approach. You need another laser pointer.
Thank you.
So, point out again where Detective Nobles was.
Sure. Here, prior to breach, and then he scoots over so he can put force on the door.
And then what happened?
He hit the door 2 times. You can start, it's hard to see in this picture, but you can start to see the door itself start to buckle a bit as he's hitting it with the ram. And I believe on the third swing, that's when the door came off of the strike plate in the handle area and open just like it is there.
Open just like it is there. Is that what you remember? Or is that what we're seeing? Are you saying that because we're seeing it here in this picture?
I was giving a visual for the jury. Is that how the door opened after he struck it? So in that manner, I'm not saying that's exactly how far it was open. Maybe I misspoke, but that's the way the door opened inward.
Where were you?
At this point, I'm now moved up to here in this area.
And where is Cosgrove, Hoover, James? I'm assuming Campbell is still at the back. Where are Cosgrove, Hoover, and James when the door is breached?
They would have been in this area here. So to my left, let me rephrase. Mattingly, Hoover.
Can we see the pointer?
Sure. Mattingly, Hoover, and this is not in a specific order. We're in this area. Sergeant Mattingly was the one knocking on the door, so he was closest to the door, and everyone else was back here. Detective Cosgrove, I don't remember if he was to my right or my left, but he was somewhere in this area.
Did you see the door open when Nobles performed the last hit on it, which broke the door lock and opened?
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
see the door open?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were you standing?
Right in this area here.
And where was Cosgrove, James, and Hoover?
I don't remember Cosgrove specifically. I just know Sarge was here in this area, and everybody else would have been in this area.
And what happened when the door was breached?
When the door was breached, Detective Nobles here, like I think's been put into record, he's unarmed. He then hits the ram the last time, and then he spins away. So coming back towards me, or back towards the stairwell, out of harm's way, from here, reverses out to here. Now I don't know how far he went back, or if he went against that wall.
Well, you were standing there.
I wasn't watching Detective Nobles, ma'am. I was watching that door.
You weren't watching Nobles?
No, ma'am. I was watching the door at that point.
Did you watch him when he breached the door?
I did.
But then you quit watching him?
Yeah, I took my eyes off him. There was no reason to watch Detective Nobles after the door was breached.
What happened when the door was breached?
Then I immediately can see down the right side of this hallway to a dark apartment, a completely pitch black apartment.
Where is Sergeant Mattingly when the door was breached?
I never looked over at Sergeant. I never looked left, or I had no reason to look at the other officers because my attention was now focused down this hallway.
You had been watching Sergeant Mattingly when he was knocking and announcing?
Intermittently, yes. I wasn't concentrating my attention on him because, like I said, I was distracted by Mr. Sarpe.
No, after Mr. Sarpe had gone back into the apartment upstairs, and then attention was directed back to the knocking, and then the decision or the order was given to breach. Detective Nobles then began the banging to the breach. You weren't watching Mattingly?
After the door was breached, no, ma'am.
You don't know what Mattingly did?
No, I didn't have any attention for it, towards any reason to have attention on Sergeant Mattingly.
When the door was breached, how far open did it swing?
To my best recollection, the door was all the way open. It opened up all the way.
And did you see Mattingly step over the threshold, begin to step into apartment 4 after the door was breached?
I did not.
You did not. Did you know Sergeant Mattingly received gunfire?
I did.
How did you know that?
Well, like I said, the apartment was dark, and it was immediately illuminated by the muzzle flash of a firearm.
But you weren't watching. You don't know where Sergeant Mattingly was. You just said.
That's correct. I never saw Sergeant Mattingly cross the threshold.
So, what did you see after the door, as you said, swung all the way open? You didn't see Sergeant Mattingly stepping in. What did you see?
I saw darkness, and then I immediately saw a large muzzle flash. I could feel the percussion of a gun, of a percussion from the discharge of a firearm. And with the illumination of the muzzle flash, I could see I now had a backdrop and a visual of a silhouette of a person in a combat shooting stance here, directed with a gun directed at us directly.
Where were you standing?
Just to the right of this, or
I would like you to point with the laser pointer where you were standing when you saw this muzzle flash.
sure. I was, as Detective Cosgrove, Detective Nobles rotated out with the ram, I moved up into this empty void. There was a large void here created by him swinging this ram back and forth, back and forth. So when he did his job on the door and breached it and moved out, I then moved up to here.
So you were in the threshold.
No, I never got in the threshold, no ma'am. I wasn't up as far.
Doormat?
I'm sorry?
The doormat there?
I was probably near the doormat. I don't know if I stepped on the doormat or I was directly in this area right here.
And you saw the muzzle flash.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get shot?
No, ma'am.
And did that muzzle, you said when you saw the muzzle flash, and because of the muzzle flash, you were able to see a figure behind the muzzle flash? Is that what you stated?
I don't believe that's how I stated. I said the muzzle flash illuminated the room or the hallway to where I could see the silhouette of a human in a shooting stance.
And did that pose a threat to you?
Yes,
So did you respond to that threat?
I did.
You shot?
I did.
How many times did you shoot there standing on the mat?
Well, I didn't shoot from the mat, ma'am.
When you saw the muzzle flash and the figure, you said, after the flash illuminated the hallway, did that appear to be an active threat to you,
Yes, ma'am.
firing in your direction,
Yes, ma'am.
and you did not return fire?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because we were in this fatal funnel.
What did you do?
From my position here, when I saw the threat, I immediately reversed direction, spun out, and went back the breezeway towards the direction that we came from, towards the sidewalk.
Let me go back to Exhibit 19. You went in which direction from this,
Back to where we came from.
from the doormat?
This way. So from here, and here.
And then what did you do?
I made this corner of the building because I knew I had to respond, and I couldn't do it from the fatal funnel. And as I moved around,
You knew you had to respond, but you didn't respond while seeing the direct threat right in front of you. You couldn't respond, or didn't respond. The
Like-
active threat.
like I said, I didn't respond because we were in that funnel.
So you turned around, came out of the breezeway, and what did you do?
I made this corner here, and I think it's off the picture. If you have a wider picture I can use, but I made this turn here towards, I forget which direction that is, but back towards the way in which I came from or I parked at.
So you came out toward the sidewalk then? Is that your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do then?
As I made the corner of the building, I had, like I stated before, I had heard the shooting, and then I heard this gunfire intensify to where it would be like a semi-automatic rifle-style sounds. Loud percussion coming out of that breezeway, and like a
We can look up now at Exhibit 33, please. And now point out where you, as you came out the breezeway, where you went.
I came out of the breezeway and to this direction. So I don't know if I used this wheelchair ramp or if I made it to the actual sidewalk. I'm not sure of my exact placement.
Well, where were you when you started shooting through the sliding glass doors?
I was somewhere in this area.
Were you on, those are two different sidewalks. The sidewalk adjacent to the railing, were you there or were you over by the cars that were pulled in, the parking lot there?
Like I said, I don't recall if I was actually on this ramp, this wheelchair ramp, or if I was in this sidewalk area.
And what did you do?
I noticed, I observed, I heard the audible semi-automatic gunfire that sounded like rifle fire. I saw the sliding glass door lighting up, illuminating with the muzzle flashes. As I heard the gun go off, I could see the muzzle flash illumination or the strobing of that sliding glass door, of the curtains and blinds from that area.
You said curtains and blinds. Now, had you been inside the apartment for?
I had not.
And how did you know there were curtains and blinds?
Because I saw the pictures and entered into discovery.
I'm talking about the night this happened, on March 13th.
Okay.
What did you see through the sliding glass doors as you were shooting through them?
I could see these, I believe they're vertical blinds.
So you saw vertical blinds.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when you approached that apartment back at the initial approach, when you walked down the sidewalk to make entrance into the breezeway, you had taken note of those sliding doors, didn't you?
I recognize them because anytime we walk past the target location, you want to keep your eye or give it your attention to whatever windows or doors are in play at that target location. So I looked over there, I guess, maybe briefly, and identified no threats at those.
And there was no activity, you indicated. You couldn't see anything.
Not to my knowledge.
So you came out here, and you were standing somewhere out in here, and you were shooting through the sliding glass doors. How many times did you shoot through those?
How many times do I think I shot through them that night, or how many times did I learn that I shot through them?
How many times did you intend to shoot through the doors?
I shot through the doors 5 times from here.
At this time, where was your fellow officers? Mattingly, Nobles, Hoover, James, Cosgrove, and Campbell.
To the best of my knowledge, now I didn't give any attention back or look back. Now I'm out of view of the rest of my platoon. So I can hear John say I'm down or I'm hit, and I know he's down. I see the other or hear the other officers attempting to help him. It almost sounds like material dragging across the ground is what I could hear after he says I'm down, the firing, and it sounds like a commotion, like they're stuck, like they're trying to drag him out. That's, this happened in a second or two, 3 seconds. So that was my perception at the time, that they are now taking automatic gunfire where they're stuck in this fatal funnel with Sergeant Mattingly down. And that's my characterization of what was taking place as I'm returning fire with my only option to return fire through this window to stop this threat inside.
What were you aiming at?
The threat. The strobing.
The threat you had seen when you were standing on the doormat and saw the figure at the end of the hallway? And what kind of gun did you say that you thought that was?
It appeared to be, at the time, a shoulder holstered long rifle, or an AR-15
So
style.
that's what you labeled as the active threat.
Yes, ma'am.
But you didn't shoot at the active threat until you got around to the parking lot.
I was never in the parking lot, ma'am.
Shot through the sliding glass doors,
Yes, ma'am.
aiming at that threat you had seen at the end of the hallway.
Well, the threat that I saw at the end of the hallway, now I see a bright strobing illumination of these, and I can hear the rapid gunfire coming out of this breezeway. And it's my understanding at that time that they were taking that rapid rifle fire down in the hallway and they were being executed.
Did your fellow officers return fire who were in the vestibule, in the foyer? Did your fellow officers return fire?
Did I know that now or do I know that then?
At the time you were there, did your fellow officers return fire?
I found out later they did.
So you saw the muzzle flash at the end of the hall and you did not return fire, and you don't know if your fellow officers returned fire.
I could hear guns going back and forth. I could only assume they were, but I did not know for a fact that they shot while I was here.
You assume that they were returning fire?
I could hear, it sounded like, ma'am, different calibers being exchanged, and then that, like I said before, that automatic rifle or a semi-automatic rifle fire.
So you thought you heard different guns going back and forth
It sounded like
while
a fire.
you were standing outside the sliding glass door.
Yes, ma'am, it sounded like a firefight.
Well, were you concerned that if you shot through the sliding door, you might hit one of your fellow officers?
Absolutely not.
Did you feel guilty running out of the breezeway, leaving your fellow officers in the fatal funnel?
I did not.
They stayed in the breezeway and you left.
That's my understanding.
After firing your shots through the sliding door, what did you do?
After shooting those rounds through the sliding glass door, the firing did not stop. It continued. I noticed the 2-bedroom windows, which I know to be bedroom windows now, the 2 windows immediately adjacent to the sliding glass door, were also being illuminated with that strobing muzzle flash. I could hear the gunfire coming out of the hallway, and I could see those I could see the illumination from the strobing, the muzzle flash lighting those windows up. I recalling where I had saw the shooter last prior to moving. I knew that I had a more accurate shot at that threat at the end of the hallway, if in fact I delivered rounds through that bedroom, as it's referred to now, bedroom 2 window.
Where were you when you shot through the bedroom window? And this is Exhibit 32, now up on the screen. Where were you standing when you shot through the bedroom window?
Ma'am, I don't know if it's in this frame because I can't tell how far this is away from the door, but it would have been somewhere in here, whether it be the sidewalk or that area.
Exhibit 31, which now shows both the sliding glass door and the window. Point out where you moved from having shot through the sliding door up here. Where were you standing when you shot through the bedroom window?
I would have moved after I delivered these rounds through the sliding window with no result on the threat. I then continued to my right, or closest, I guess, to this truck bumper, and returned fire through bedroom 2 window.
And is it your testimony that you saw an active threat through the bedroom window?
Yes, ma'am. Like I just stated, I had a bright illumination still from these windows. Could hear the gunfire.
I can't see where you're pointing.
I'm sorry. Through the bedroom window, lighting up, the flashing, the strobing, and I knew my threat when I first observed it was, and it's hard to show here, but would be right there in that hallway.
With the AR
Positioned in a combat shooting stance, yes.
at the end of the hallway.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many shots did you intend to shoot through the bedroom window?
5 rounds.
What did you do then?
After putting those 5 rounds through the window, through bedroom 2 window, I stopped to assess, and the threat was stopped. The threat had stopped. No more firing could be heard or seen, or the strobing of the muzzle flash could be seen.
Stop to assess. Did you stop to assess after your first round through the bedroom window?
Yes, ma'am. That assessment would have been made from where I shot first to where I shot the second.
So after every shot through the bedroom window, you assessed and you still saw an active threat?
I didn't say that, no.
What did you say?
I said after 5 rounds, I assessed those rounds through that bedroom window, and I noticed I could tell there was no further threat. I stopped shooting.
So you did not assess whether there was still an active threat after your first shot through the bedroom window?
No, because I was still getting that stimulus from that bedroom window, and from the audible coming from the breezeway.
The audible what?
Gunshots.
From where?
From coming out into the breezeway area.
So you were seeing a threat, active threat, through the bedroom window, but you were hearing gunfire in the breezeway.
Well, like I tried to explain, maybe I did a poor job. I could see the illumination, the strobing in the bedroom window, and I could hear the gunfire, which matched that strobing.
From the breezeway. What happened then?
The threat had stopped, and I believe I moved back possibly to a cover type position. I did not know at that time how many shots I'd fired, and I thought it was probably appropriate to do a tactical reload.
In the parking lot.
Yes, ma'am.
So you reloaded, and then what happened?
I could hear out in the parking lot, we've seen pictures, I could hear, I guess we skipped a part, ma'am, but after the shooting here, I could to my left, and I never looked back left, but I could hear some type of commotion over here. It sounded like grown men wrestling on the ground with clothes on is what it sounded like. And I didn't know exactly what happened, but there was no sparring verbally or anything to go along with that. I did not take my eyes off of that, of the threat. But I could hear a commotion, like people were on the ground wrestling, but I could hear voices of people that I recognized that were there. I believe Tony James or Lieutenant Hoover said, I have a tourniquet or we need a tourniquet. So I knew there was, I knew Sergeant Mattingly was, I knew he'd been hit, and I knew he's bleeding, and I knew they needed a tourniquet. I could hear that going on in the parking lot. Now, I'm alone. Everybody else's efforts are to save Sergeant Mattingly's life, and I'm kind of there by myself. So I get on the radio.
When you left the breezeway, did you look back? When you left the breezeway and left them in the fatal funnel, did you look back?
No.
Well, at some point you learn Mattingly has been shot. You then, as you say, hear this scuffling around, people tending. You find out everyone is tending to Mattingly.
And if I could be a little more specific
You've got.
about that.
You answered my question.
Okay, thank you.
You got on the radio then and called for radio that an officer was down and called for backup or called for patrol.
I switched to the primary channel. Our channels aren't our narcotics channels are not monitored by patrol, nor are they recorded. So I got on a primary channel that has a dispatcher actually listening. Our channels, our narcotics channels, don't have a dispatcher. We can't talk to someone and say, hey, come help us. There's nobody listening. It's just for us to communicate with each other. So I switched my radio to a primary channel, be it the wrong one. I still got to a primary channel, which was the downtown channel, and put out the 1030 officer needs assistance. The dispatcher immediately responded to me, what is your location? They did not know where, for some reason they did not know where we were at. Usually that's done in the briefing, or the case officer will notify Metro Safe of our location of the warrant so they'll know where we're at in case something like this happens, but that didn't happen in this case. They had no idea where I was at, so they asked for a location. I couldn't give them one because I didn't know the address. Got my phone out and remembered the whiteboard picture I'd taken previously at CID office and got it bigger and zoomed in, and it appeared to be 3007 Springfield. And that's the address I called out on the 1030. While doing so, I said, I want responding officers to come with long rifle. We're engaged, or we were met with rifle fire. I need patrol officers with rifles to respond. Because not all patrol officers have rifles. That's
You specifically told them to get the patrol to bring long rifles.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's why they all showed up with long rifles. And then when they got there, you told the patrol where to go to cover. And did you send them to the back of the building?
I don't recall sending anybody to the back. I did mention that we needed somebody. I believe at some point in my radio transmission, I advised somebody needed to be back there. And like I said before, I was worried that the person was going out the back window or the back door, and we had nobody. I know we had nobody back there because everyone that showed up at the stack, usually we'll have 2 officers or 2 detectives peel off and go around and cover the back, and we didn't do that on this warrant.
Well, how did you know there was a back door?
I did not know there was a back door. I just assumed there was a back window or a back door. That's why I was afraid the subject, the shooter, was escaping out that direction.
You stayed out in front of this building as patrol arrived and began to point their long rifles at both the front and the back. You were out there for quite a while. In fact, then when, you later found out, Kenneth Walker came out, and you were initially the one directing him, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were out there. After you called for on radio, and before Kenneth Walker came out, you were out still in the front watching this entrance and these windows and this sliding door that you had shot through, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I actually put my light on one of these vehicles right here, on the hood or trunk of the vehicle parked here, and left it there so we could light up the target location. So when officers responded, they just didn't run up into this active shooting situation.
Because that's before SWAT got there.
Yes, ma'am.
And so the door to apartment 4 was still open.
Ma'am, I never went back into the breezeway, so I couldn't say whether it is or wasn't.
You were in the parking lot.
Yes, ma'am. I'm now behind a position of cover. It's like I stated, I'm worried for my personal safety because I have a handgun, and it's my understanding the shooter has a long rifle, and I needed to get some type of cover between me and the shooter. Had that person emerge from the complex, I would have at least a vehicle engine or something to have behind cover to return.
Well, the door to apartment 4 was still open. So if you were worried about a shooter still being in there, you would have obviously been wanting to watch the door, the front door, would you not?
Yes, ma'am, and that's why I positioned the patrol officers on cars, hoods, and trunks in this area and had them direct their rifle barrels towards the target location. I was trying my best to stay behind cover, but as they came in hot or running on foot at 10:30, everybody's pretty hyped up. I want them to know what's in play here. I didn't want them pointing weapons at apartments that were not in play, meaning, upstairs apartment or this or that apartment. I wanted them to know exactly what was in play as it was.
And did you see a man come out of this door here and start to walk out and toward the open door of apartment 4, who we now know was Cody Etherton?
I did not, ma'am.
Did not see.
I was over here in this parking lot.
So during the entire time after you shot into this sliding door, after you shot into the window, and then were out there calling for patrol and were directing patrol where to point their guns, you didn't see Cody Etherton come out of apartment 3, this door here.
No, ma'am, but a patrol officer over here behind cover could have seen. I was straight more in front of the bedroom 2 in this area where I'd reloaded.
So during the time that you were in the vestibule, let's go back to the approach to the beginning. There is some ambient light in this vestibule, wasn't there? Wasn't completely dark, was it?
Ma'am, it was not pitch black, but I believe, to the best of my knowledge, there was some type of parking lot illumination back behind us, and I believe that may have fed a little bit of light into that dark. Well, you can see it's dark during daylight in this picture, but it's even darker at night, even with the parking lot lights on. As you can see, there's no lighting as it is inside this vestibule.
It's a very small vestibule.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Not really enough room for 6 men to stand in there, minus Campbell, is there?
I don't agree with that. We all fit in there.
And while you're in there in that very small vestibule, before entry was made, before any breach was made, did you not see this door here with a big 3 on it?
No, ma'am. As I said before, there were detectives standing in here. Lieutenant Hoover himself is 6'7", 250, 80 pounds. He's a large guy. Detective James is carrying a barricade shield, which takes up the space of an extra person. So that is at least 2 large figures between me and seeing any such doors here, nor do I have any reason to be searching around for extra doors because my attention is focused on apartment 4 until Sarpay comes out of apartment 8 upstairs.
And when you walked up, before anybody ever even went in there, you didn't see right across from this patio here, you saw this one, didn't you?
I could see 2 balconies and 2 patios.
So you knew there was a door on this side, directly across from apartment 4.
I didn't see it, but I can only assume there would be.
Where were you standing when you were directing, who you later found out was Kenneth Walker? Where were you standing when you were directing him out?
When we had sufficient cars, where I felt it was sufficient to do a call out, I obviously just explained I didn't want to do that by myself for obvious reasons, safety concerns, but when we had appropriate patrol there, in position, behind cover, with long rifles, that's when I felt it was safe to make a call out of the person inside. And I don't think I answered your question now that I went.
Put up so that
I would have been straight out in the parking lot from that area.
So, directing your attention to now what's up on the screen, Exhibit 1, photograph that was taken that night, where were you standing when you were directing Kenneth Walker to come out?
The best of my recollection, I was somewhere in here.
And how does he come out? Where does he walk?
He comes out at 4 and into this breezeway.
And did you have a light on him? You said you put the light on a vehicle there?
Yeah, the light that I left my Stinger, I believe on one of these cars here, the trunk of one of these cars here. Ma'am, I don't recall if I had my light on him when he exited the apartment or not. I don't recall that. I would refer that to
Wouldn't it
body cam footage.
wouldn't it have been important for you to have a light on him, be able to see him as you were directing him out?
Yes, ma'am. It'd be important for him to be illuminated, and I'm not saying he wasn't, but it could have been by other officers.
And he came out of apartment 4, the door, and you were paying close attention to him as he exited that door, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, as he exited the door to apartment 4, did you not see this door directly within a couple feet to the left of apartment 4 with a big 3 on it?
No, ma'am. My attention was directed towards Mr. Walker himself.
Okay. Louisville Metro Police does not teach suppressive fire, does it?
Not to my knowledge, ma'am.
That's all the questions I have.
Any questions on redirect?
I have a couple redirects. Brett, Ms. Whaley asked you about the breezeway after the shooting. She said you left your fellow officers in the breezeway and you left. Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why you left that breezeway?
I removed myself as quickly as possible so I could move to a location where I could actively or accurately return fire and stop that threat to my fellow detectives that were being shot at in the hallway.
And then you said that you fired 5 shots through the sliding glass door, 5 shots through the bedroom window. And you said you intended to fire 5 shots. Did you know you were firing 5 shots?
I did not count that, no, sir.
Okay, when you say you intended to fire 5 shots, is that because you later learned that's what you fired and you intended to fire every shot that you did fire?
That's accurate.
You weren't counting?
No, sir.
Correct. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything else?
No.
You can step down.
Thank you, Judge.
Your next witness?
Sorry?
Your next witness?
Oh, we rest.
All right, thank you. All right, counsel, would you approach the bench, please? All right, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the evidence that you are going to hear in this case, and so we are going to recess for the day. The attorneys and I will stay here. We'll work on the instructions that will be given to you tomorrow morning prior to the closing arguments that will be made, and you will deliberate the case tomorrow. As I mentioned yesterday, you might want to make any arrangements that you need to make just in case you're here longer than what you're normally here during our trial. Please remember the separation admonition and don't do any independent investigation nor discuss the case with anyone. Please avoid all media accounts of the trial. I will see you back here tomorrow morning at 9:30.
All rise.
All right, we are back on the record, but out of the hearing of the jury.
Judge, if it's appropriate at this point with the court, I would like to renew the motion for acquittal that I made, or for directed verdict that I made yesterday, and I would submit it without further argument.
All right, and based on the reasoning I gave yesterday, I'm going to again deny that motion for a directed verdict.
And I would also like to, at this time, proffer for the record the 3 exhibits that we sought to have admitted that were
Okay,
denied admission.
that's fine.
Would you show?
I'll just take them up here.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. All right. In terms of jury instructions. Okay. I've reviewed both of your proposed jury instructions that you have submitted. Mr. Matthews, under the case of Commonwealth versus Caudle, which I think we've discussed at least briefly here, I don't see where Mr. Hankison gets a justification instruction, any type of self-protection or protection of other instructions in light of the holding in that case, which relies on the statute we talked about yesterday, 503.120. But I'll let you make your argument.
Judge, I would not argue with you about 503.120, but I would argue that that does not exclude the choice of evils instruction contained in 503.030, which I
Okay.
think is appropriate and should be given.
All right, so would you explain to me the basis of what we've heard and how that would justify that instruction?
Judge, this entire case has been about a police use of force. And I've said at the very beginning, it was not about the death of Breonna Taylor, and yet it was. And I think that the choice of evils, and for that matter, all the self-protection, self-defense justification statutes apply based on the facts of this case, and that is that the police were fired upon. They were justified in returning fire. And I think every one of those statutes that I proposed as potential jury instructions cover that situation. And you haven't mentioned my requested instruction on Graham versus Connor. I don't know if you've considered that or not. But
Well, Graham versus Connor is a 1983 action for excessive force by a police officer, and that was under a Fourth Amendment analysis. When I took a look at that case, whether officers' actions are objectively reasonable in light of facts and circumstances confronting them, very different from what we have here in terms of a criminal prosecution. But I'll let Ms. Whaley address that.
okay.
Anything else you wanted to say?
No, other than I think Graham versus Connor is the standard in police use of force cases, criminal or civil, and I think that's what this case is about. So.
Ms. Whaley?
We would argue that Graham versus Connor is strictly a civil standard under the federal section 1983, which is a completely different standard. We have no ability in a criminal case. As far as choice of evils, the statute itself, 503030, section 2, first of all, that defense is limited when intentional, when the defendant intentionally
to avoid imminent public or private injury greater than that injury sought to be prevented by the statute. Section 2, even in choice of evils, is when the defendant believes the conduct which would otherwise constitute an offense is necessary for the purpose described in subsection 1, but is wanton or reckless in having such belief, or when the defendant is wanton or reckless in bringing about a situation requiring the conduct, then that justification is unavailable. It's similar to 503.120, section 2, subsection. D. So allowing a defendant to have a defense under choice of evils would actually arguably be inconsistent with the language of 503.120, subsection 2. Due to the purpose of, it's 503.120, subsection 2 is completely on point here. As noted by Commonwealth versus Caudle. So we would argue that defense is not available, nor any of the other justification defenses.
Well, 503.030 begins with, unless inconsistent with the ensuing sections of this code defining justifiable use of physical force or with some other provisions of law. And, I mean, I think we're talking about 503.120. So I think this is inconsistent with 503.120. And therefore not available. I'll read a little bit more on this before I make my final decision. All right. Mr. Matthews, did you have any problems with how Ms. Whaley wrote the instructions? I know that you disagree with what's been left out, but what is in place? Do you agree with that?
As I recall, Judge, I had no difficulty with what's in place. I think there's just
Okay.
3 guilties and 3 not guilties, if I recall, plus a few standardized kind of instructions.
All right.
In our proposed instructions, the only one that would need to be removed is instruction 2A, the right to remain silent.
Right. We'll take that out. just trying to think if this is say, look under instruction number 4, pertaining to Cody Etherton, the wanton endangerment first degree, paragraph A, that in this, or subsection A, that in this county on or about March 13th, 2020, and before the finding of the indictment herein, he, meaning Mr. Hankison, shot a gun into a dwelling. B, that he thereby wantonly created a substantial danger of death or serious physical injury to Cody Etherton. What I'm wondering is if there needs to be a little bit more elaboration in that shot a gun into apartment 4, or shot a bullet into apartment 4, which bullet went then into apartment 3, thereby wantonly creating a substantial danger of death or serious physical injury to Cody Etherton. I don't know exactly how to phrase that, if you all have suggestions on that, but I think it needs to be a little bit more than what this says to accurately represent, because I don't think there's any dispute about the facts. The facts are what the facts are. No one has disagreed that that's what happened. No one's saying Mr. Hankison shot directly into apartment 3, and no one's disputing that he in fact shot into apartment 4. So I think the wording needs to be cleaned up just a little bit for the jury so that there's no confusion about this. So if you have a proposal on, and that would be the same for all 3 instructions, obviously, for each of the 3, for Mr. Etherton, Ms. Napper, and the child. If you all have suggestions, I'm happy to hear those. Or if you want to think about it and email it to me later on, that's fine as well. Other than that, I think the instructions, unless I change my mind on the choice of evils, are going to be pretty straightforward and simple. All right, anything else regarding instructions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, well, I'll work on those and email you all the final version later today. In terms of closing argument tomorrow, Mr. Matthews, can you give me a ballpark? Although I asked you to ballpark your direct, and
That was a little
so
long.
now I know I need to double whatever you tell me.
Well, I was going to say, how about 5 minutes up to maybe 5 days? I don't know.
Would an hour be
I
sufficient?
think an hour would be.
Ms. Whaley?
Yes.
Okay, I think an hour should be plenty. I mean, I do feel like our jury has been very, very attentive, and I can't imagine they don't have a good grasp on the facts. So I think an hour would be fine. All right, then. I will see you all tomorrow, maybe around 9:15, just to make sure the instructions are clean and good, and so that we can be ready to get started at 9:30. Okay?
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you.